Chapter 571. Brat, you dare to attack me. Wu Qingqing sneered and punched out. Countless shadows of giant snakes appeared in front of her. The entire world seemed to have turned into a world of snakes. Countless poisonous snakes moved towards Lin Feng, trying to tear him apart. Damn, it's actually a spirit. Lin Feng was shocked. Wu Qingqing had comprehended the viper spirit. The snakes conjured by her punch were all venomous snakes. The most frightening thing was that the venomous snake spirit had bestowed spirituality to the snakes she had conjured. In other words, if one was bitten by these poisonous snakes, they would definitely be poisoned. Brat, you're courting death. The nearby spirit array master, Pei Zihui, also angrily roared as he displayed the raging flame sword. The flame sword was a powerful spiritual array technique. In the void, a treasured sword surrounded by endless flames was burning fiercely. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. One sword pierces the firmament. The flame sword spat out a scorching hot aura and slashed towards Lin Feng. The snake woman attacked again and slammed her palm towards Lin Feng. A green light surged, and the snake woman's right hand turned green. Obviously, the snake woman's palm contained a strong poison. The other servant girl was called Chong Nu. She also attacked. Chong Nu released numerous golden insects, which blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth as they moved towards Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, 4 strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. The situation could be said to be very dangerous. What a powerful evil expert. Not only is his cultivation technique vicious, but it also contains a strong poison. Lin Feng's heart trembled, but he didn't panic. After all, he had been through so many life and death battles that he had long developed a calm personality. Facing the 4 people besieging him, Lin Feng's body surged with a strong force. Boom, the terrifying aura spread out. Wu Qingqing and the other 3 were enveloped by Lin Feng's force and immediately felt their movements become sluggish. Sword spirit! Lin Feng roared. Then, dense sword chi surged out from Lin Feng's body. Puff, puff. Ripping sounds could be heard. First of all, the poisonous insects that Slave Kuin had summoned were all killed by the sword chi. Next, the snake woman was sent flying by Lin Feng's force. Then, the sword chi blocked Pei Zihui's powerful flame sword. At the same time, it continued to kill the thousands of poisonous snakes that Wu Qingqing's viper spirit had conjured. Despite fighting 1 against 4, he was not at a disadvantage. Wu Qingqing's and Pei Zihui's pupils shrank. They never thought that Lin Feng would have such a powerful combat strength. Pei Zihui suddenly said, "Brother Lin, do you really want to fight to the death? There are still dozens of brothers outside. As long as I give a shout, they'll rush in and Brother Lin will definitely die." "Stop it if you want to live," Wu Qingqing said coldly. "If I stop, I'll die even faster. However, I can guarantee that before those people rush in and kill me, I'll send you guys to hell first." Lin Feng sneered. Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui's expressions flickered. Wu Qingqing clenched her teeth and changed her expression. "Brother Lin, we don't have any deep hatred between us. Why do we have to fight to the death? Why don't we talk about it? Let's explore the ancient ruins together. I heard that there are many good things in there. Then let's stop together." Lin Feng said in a deep voice. "Okay." Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui nodded. Swoosh! The 3 of them stopped attacking at the same time. The cave returned to normal. Lin Feng's expression was calm. Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui's expressions changed. Pei Zihui was also a shrewd person. He suddenly laughed and said, "Brother Lin, you're really good at hiding things. We're not enemies but friends. Let's explore the ancient ruins together and get rich together." Wu Qingqing added, With an expert like Brother Lin joining us, we'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. I hope you guys don't play any tricks. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Lin Feng said coldly. Brother Lin, don't worry. We'll treat Brother Lin like a brother, Pei Zihui said. Who's going to believe your nonsense? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Demons, demons. This meant that the people of the evil path were the same as those of the devil path. They were all treacherous people and couldn't be trusted easily. Although he agreed to cooperate with them temporarily, he still had to be on guard against them. It's getting dark, we should get going, Wu Qingqing said. They could only enter the mysterious ruins at night. Wu Qingqing then looked at the snake woman and said, Go and tell them to bring those people here. Yes, madam. The snake woman left. Not long after, more than 20 cultivators were brought over. They all looked pale, probably because Wu Qingqing had used a goo on them. Lin Feng suddenly raised his eyebrows. He recognized a few familiar faces. Mo Xiaoxia, Yang Yu, Wu Yang, Shui Sun, Song Caijia, Mo Miaoling, and Shui Xinqi. It was actually these people. He had a good impression of Mo Xiaoxia. He had met him when he went to Nebula Pavilion to take the test. However, his impression of the others was only SOSO. Wu Yang, Shui Sun, and Song Caijia had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo. The 7 of them had actually been captured by the Gu Evil Sect. It seemed that the Gu Evil Sect wanted to use them as cannon fodder. Lin Gongzi, Shui Xinqi, was the first to see Lin Feng. She was pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng couldn't help rubbing his chin. He didn't want to recognize these people. After all, they weren't even friends. If he wanted to help, he would only help Mo Xiaoxia. What did the others have to do with him? However, since Shui Xinqi recognized Lin Feng couldn't say that he didn't know them. Yes, he nodded at Shui Xinqi. Mo Xiaoxia, Wu Yang, and the others were shocked when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to be a guest of the Gu Evil Sect. What was going on? Brother Lin, please save us. Wu Yang and the others looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. These people seemed to have forgotten how they had mocked and ridiculed him, Yu Fan and Han Shuo. Brother Lin, you know these people? Wu Qingqing asked in surprise. I guess so, Lin Feng said calmly. He glanced at Mo Xiaoxia and the others. In the end, he still remembered their old friendship and said, Can you give me some face and return them their freedom? I believe that they will do their best in this exploration. Wu Qingqing smiled and said, Of course I have to give Brother Lin face. Wu Qingqing waved her hand. 7 small insects flew out of Mo Xiaoxia, Shui Xinqi, Wu Yang, and the others' bodies and were put into a mysterious black box. Mo Xiaoxia, Shui Xinqi, Wu Yang, and the others' pale faces regained some color. Chapter 572. Lin Feng looked away, no longer looking at Wu Yang and the others. He didn't care whether they lived or died. Lin Feng didn't care. Thank you, Brother Lin. Mo Xiaoxia and the others were secretly glad that they had a good relationship with Lin Feng, and they quickly thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, Your lives are your own. I hope you can cherish them. After this exploration, I believe that you will be free. The 4 quickly nodded and stood behind Lin Feng. They could naturally see that Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui were looking at Lin Feng with a trace of fear. Lin Feng seemed to have become their backer. The other cultivators who had been poisoned were pale, but no one stood up for them. They all felt that their lives were bleak, and they no longer had any hope. Wu Qingqing walked towards them with her long, slender legs and said, My Gu Evil Sect has always been fair. Since I said that I would let you go after this mission, I will not go back on my word. I hope that you will cooperate with me. The others could only nod and agree. 5 or 6 cultivators had refused to cooperate, and they had all been killed by the Gu evil sect. They didn't want to die under the Gu evil sect's blade. Although going to the ancient ruins with the Gu evil sect's people was very likely to be a death sentence, there was still a chance of survival. "Let's go," Wu Qingqing said. Then, the group of 60 to 70 people continued towards the depths of astral planes. Along the way, Shui Xianqi asked curiously, "Lin Gongzi, why are you here?" Shui Xianqi was tall and slender, and her voluptuous figure perfectly displayed her feminine charm. Coupled with her flirtatious aura, she was very charming. Lin Feng said, "I accidentally entered this place and met these people." Seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem to want to talk about this topic, Shui Xianqi didn't ask any further. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the place that Wu Qingqing had mentioned. This place was surrounded by mountains. During the day, astral winds wreaked havoc. It was extremely dangerous. If one were to be sucked into the astral winds, one would most likely die. Lin Feng and the others hid in the mountain range. At night, the astral winds blew to other places. Everyone walked out of the mountain range. Wu Qingqing took out a map and stood beside Pei Zihui. "This should be the place. Let's see where the entrance is." Pei Zihui said. Everyone spread out to search. However, after searching for 3 days, they found nothing. How could this be? Could it be that the map was wrong? Or is the information we received wrong? Wu Qingqing's expression was extremely ugly. This map was obtained when the Gu evil sect annihilated a small sect. That shouldn't be the case. That sect treats the map like a treasure. Pei Zihui said with a frown. Many people were already very impatient because they couldn't find anything after searching for so many days. When the sun was about to rise, Lin Feng leaned against a big rock and rested. He looked at the sky and was surprised. 9 stars link, Lin Feng murmured. The dragon incantation had written, 7 stars link, sun and moon change, 8 stars link, reincarnation cycle, 9 stars link, holy emperor tomb. It meant that the 7 stars link was a place where the sun and moon would change. The sun and moon's power would fall. If the 8 stars link was a place where reincarnation power would circulate and change the feng shui of the place. If the 9 stars link was a place where the dragon veins gathered, it could be a place where holy emperors were buried. The dragon incantation can't be wrong. There should be an ancient ruin here. It could even be the place where a peerless cultivator, who was trapped in the Thunder Blade secret world, died. Lin Feng stood up, jumped on the 7 stars, and walked towards the 9 stars. What's he doing? Wu Qingqing had been on guard against Lin Feng, so when she saw Lin Feng walking in a strange way, she was very surprised. I don't know. Pei Zihui also looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. 7 stars converge, 9 stars converge, stars link into an arrow shooting down the moon, murmured Lin Feng. He looked at a mountain that was about 1,000 meters tall. It's here. Lin Feng was astonished. That mountain was the entrance he had found using the dragon incantation. Brother Lin, could it be that you've noticed something? Pei Zihui and Wu Qingqing walked over and asked. It should be this mountain. The entrance must be here. Lin Feng pointed at the mountain in front of them. Wu Qingqing asked in astonishment, How did you know? Lin Feng shrugged. I can't tell you that. Humph. Wu Qingqing snorted coldly and strode off into the distance with her slender legs. Master, there's a cave halfway up the mountain. It was blocked by a rock, so we didn't see it before. We've broken it, someone shouted suddenly. Everyone quickly walked over. A cave appeared halfway up the mountain. This should be the entrance. Lin Feng nodded. Wu Qingqing was pleasantly surprised. Let's go in and take a look. Everyone entered the cave. In the depths of the cave, they found a huge abyss. Black fog rolled in the abyss, emitting shocking energy waves. "Everyone, be careful. This place is not simple," Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and flew down. As soon as Lin Feng came into contact with the black fog, he felt something strange. There was a distorted space-time energy here. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt his body being wrapped up by the distorted space-time energy. Then, he disappeared into the abyss. When Lin Feng landed on the ground, he realized that he was in a gigantic labyrinth. There were intertwining tunnels. It really is an ancient ruin. This is the Chimen Duanjia technique. It's used to trap intruders. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It was very troublesome to be trapped in a place like this. It would be very difficult to escape. However, Lin Feng had learned some of the inheritances of the mountain-moving Taoist, so he had some morals about the Chimen Duanjia technique. Lin Feng walked deeper into the maze. Not long after, he heard a blood-curdling scream. He quickly ran over. When he arrived, he saw 10 cultivators running towards him. They were Mo Xiaoxia, Yang Yu, Wu Yang, Xue Sun, Song Caijia, Mo Miaoling, Xue Xinqi, and 3 others who had been poisoned by Wu Qingqing. "Brother Lin." When they saw Lin Feng, they were delighted. Lin Feng nodded and asked, "What happened?" The last 3 cultivators disappeared without a trace. There are only 3 pools of blood left on the ground. Mo Miaoling said with a pale face, "Let's go. Take me to see." Lin Feng's expression sank. This place was very strange. Everyone nodded and led Lin Feng to where the incident had happened. Lin Feng saw 3 pools of blood. "What's this?" He squatted down, and his expression changed slightly. He frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. At that moment, Wu Yang, Xue Sun, Song Caijia, and the others' eyes flashed coldly. Boom. Chapter 573. Lin Feng reacted quickly and formed a barrier of energy behind him to protect himself. Asterisk bang. Asterisk their attacks landed on Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Dust flew everywhere. Lin Feng started coughing violently. He felt his blood boil. Fortunately, he had formed a barrier of energy in time. Otherwise, he might have died at their hands. "Wu Yang, what are you doing?" Mo Xiaoxia shouted coldly. There were 6 people in total: Wu Yang, Xue Sun, Song Caijia, and 3 other cultivators who had been poisoned by Wu Qingqing. Xue Xinqi's face turned cold as well. "Are you all crazy?" "Humph, we're not crazy. This brat deserves to die," Wu Yang said coldly. Lin Feng looked at Wu Yang and the others gloomily and said, "I saved you, but you want to kill me?" Wu Yang spat and said, "Brat, put away your disgusting hypocrisy. You saved us? You think we don't know? You're in cahoots with Wu Qingqing. We were captured because you wanted to take revenge on us." Lin Feng said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xue Sun sneered. "What nonsense are we talking about? We've all been poisoned. If you weren't in cahoots with Wu Qingqing, you would have suffered the same fate as us, right? But you weren't poisoned. That's enough to explain everything." Song Caijia looked at Mo Xiaoxia and the others and said, "Brother Mo, do the 4 of you think we've wronged this brat? If he's in cahoots with Wu Qingqing, then we'll definitely die here. It's all his fault." Mo Xiaoxia said, "You've all lost your minds. Don't you know what kind of person Brother Lin is? If he really did it, why would he let us go?" Xue Xinqi said, "Yeah, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I think you've all been fooled by this brat's flowery words. Let's work together to kill him and take his treasures. This brat definitely has a lot of powerful treasures. Otherwise, how could he be so strong with such a low cultivation?" Wu Yang said coldly, "The reason you want to kill me isn't because you suspect I'm in cahoots with Wu Qingqing, right? The real reason is that you think I have some powerful treasures on me, so you want to kill me for them. Lin Feng looked indifferently at Wu Yang and the others. The world of cultivators was cruel. Lin Feng had saved those people for a groundless treasure, but those people wanted to kill him. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Will the four of you join us? Xue Sun looked at Mo Xiaoxia, Yang Yu, Xue Xinqi, and Mo Miaoling. Wu. The four of them sneered and ignored the others. You don't know what's good for you. Let's see if you'll beg to join our team after we kill this brat. Xue Sun sneered. Brat, prepare to die, shouted Wu Yang. Then the six of them charged at Lin Feng. Sword severs heaven and earth. Lin Feng sneered and slashed with his sword. This was a sword that contained the spirit of Sword Dao. Buzz. A terrifying sword chi condensed and swept towards Wu Yang and the others. How can your attack be so terrifying? Shouted Wu Yang and the others, terrified. They realized that they were shaking from head to toe in the face of Lin Feng's attack. Endless fear surged into their hearts. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. The four cultivators at the front were directly torn apart by Lin Feng's sword chi. Go! Wu Yang and Xue Sun took out a jade talisman. The talisman suddenly exploded, causing dust to rise. The two of them took advantage of the chaos to escape. What a terrifying attack! Mo Xiaoxia and the others were filled with shock. Lin Feng was now even stronger than when he took the test at Nebula Pavilion. Could it be that he really relied on a powerful magic treasure to have such power? Mo Xiaoxia and the others felt that things weren't that simple. You guys can leave too. I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at Mo Xiaoxia and the others. Mo Xiaoxia and the others felt that, at this moment, Lin Feng seemed to be unreachable. Brother Lin, we are willing to follow you. Mo Xiaoxia hurriedly said. Mo Xiaoxia seemed to find it abrupt and said, I know that because of Wu Yang and the others, Brother Lin will definitely suspect us. However, we dare to swear to the heavens that we have no intention of harming Brother Lin. Lin Feng said, I hope so. Come with me. The four of them were delighted and hurriedly followed behind Lin Feng. Not long after they left, the corpses lying on the ground suddenly turned into a pool of blood and were absorbed by the earth. Only a pool of blood was left on the ground. The murals on these walls are so strange. They seem to be scenes of the primordial god clan offering sacrifices, but also scenes of the ancient people praying. Looking at the murals, Xue Xinqi curiously said. She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch it, but she said, Don't touch it. These murals are very strange. Back then, I saw murals like this in an ancient historical remnant. It's called the Demon's Wall, and if you touch it, you'll be killed. I'm guessing that the two people who died before touched it. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xue Xinqi was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly withdrew her hand. The rest of the people also looked very lucky. Lin Feng led everyone through the maze. After more than 2 hours, they finally left the maze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. People came out of the other tunnels one after another. Wu Qingqing, Pei Zihui, and the others also came out. Lin Feng also saw Wu Yang and Xue Sun. The two of them looked at Lin Feng warily, but Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with them. After waiting for 4 hours, a total of 28 people came out. Wu Qingqing's expression was very ugly. Is this all that's left? There had been 73 people who had come down, and now more than half of them had died because of the Chimen Duanjia. No one would be happy. Sir, there's a huge stone door inside. At that moment, the cultivators who had gone to explore the maze returned. Let's go and take a look, said Wu Qingqing. Then More than 20 people went to the deepest part of the maze and saw a huge stone door appear in front of them. Everyone went forward and pushed the stone door. Loud, rumbling sounds could be heard. The stone door was gradually pushed open. Then, an endless black fog spread out. The black fog covered the sky. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing sound could be heard. Countless evil spirits rushed out from behind the stone door. So many evil spirits. Retreat! Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed as he shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone quickly retreated, but they couldn't stop the evil spirits' attacks. Miserable screams rang out as one cultivator after another had their necks bitten off or their hearts dug out by the evil spirits. Buddhist Saraira! Lin Feng shouted and took out the Buddhist Saraira. A faint Buddhist light surged out and enveloped Lin Feng. Mo Xiaoxia, Shui Xinqi, Yang Yu, and Mo Miaoling. When the evil spirits rushed over, they were illuminated by the Buddhist light and burned. The evil spirits screamed in fear and quickly retreated. Save us! Wu Yang and Xue Sun's faces were extremely pale. They rushed towards Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would save them. You still have the face to ask Lin Gongzi to save you. Shui Xinqi sneered. In the next moment, more than 10 evil spirits rushed out and drowned Wu Yang and Xue Sun. The two of them died tragically. On the other side, Wu Qingqing took out a Buddhist scripture. The scripture was obviously a treasure. It emitted Buddhist light and enveloped Wu Qingqing, Pei Zihui, the snake slave, the insect slave, the burly cultivator, and 2 other powerful cultivators. As for the rest, they were all killed by the evil spirits. Keek keek, a sinister voice came from behind the stone door. Hearing that voice, many people turned pale with fright, acting all mysterious. Who is it? Lin Feng shouted. Chapter 574. The eerie voice was even scarier than the cries of evil spirits. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The Thunderblade's secret territory has opened again after 500 years. The eerie voice sounded again. Everyone looked at each other. Judging by the voice, it should be a living person, right? Everyone became bolder. As long as it wasn't an evil spirit, it would be much easier to deal with. Do you only know how to hide your head and show your tail? Wu Qingqing sneered. Little girl, I can sense the aura of venomous insects from your body. Are you from the Gu evil sect? The voice came from the stone door again. Wu Qingqing sneered. So what? Look at your technique. Demonic fog surged. Which sect of the demonic path are you from? 500 years ago, Li Zongping of the Myriad Demon Sect. A shriveled cultivator in a black robe walked out of the black fog. Someone from 500 years ago. Lin Feng and the others were in disbelief. 500 years ago. That was when the Thunderblade secret territory had opened last time. No wonder that person had said that the Thunderblade secret territory had opened again after 500 years. However, Lin Feng and the others soon felt that something was wrong. The Thunderblade's secret territory suppressed one's cultivation, so one couldn't break through to the Yin-Yang realm. If one couldn't break through to the Yin-Yang realm, one's lifespan would be limited to 200 years. How could he have lived until now? Everyone, be careful. This guy is strange. Someone from 500 years ago can't live until now. Don't be fooled by him, said Pei Ziyun. Don't be fooled. On their side, 7 people had survived. On Lin Feng's side, 5 people had survived. Of the 73 people who had entered, only 12 were left. The 2 groups of people gathered together and looked warily at the strange existence shrouded in the black fog. Do you think I need to fool you? You're just a fool who likes to think too highly of yourself. The cultivator, shrouded in the black fog, sneered. You dare humiliate me? Pei Ziyun's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Do you think you're worthy? The cultivator in the black fog sneered. You, Pei Zihue was so angry that his face turned ashen, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. His gaze was gloomy. Lin Feng said, if what you said is true, then there is only one possibility, and that is that you used the corpse grass. Corpse transformation grass. What is this? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Corpse grass is a legendary poisonous plant. I've only read about it, but I've never seen it before. It's said that after a cultivator consumes the corpse grass, their body will begin to rot, and then they'll become like a corpse. From then on, they'll be neither human nor ghost. Those who consume the corpse grass will gain a lifespan of 1,000 years. Lin Feng said, there's such a strange poisonous grass. Many people were shocked. That's right, it's the corpse grass. The cultivator in the black fog roared. 500 years ago, a group of us was trapped in this place. By the time we got out, the Thunder Blade secret territory had already closed. I saw with my own eyes how my companions fell down and died in the Thunder Blade secret territory. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect to find a stalk of corpse grass. After consuming it, my body changed, and I gained a lifespan of 1,000 years. I can live for 1,000 years, the cultivator in the black robe said sinisterly. I need to kill all of you. I need your blood to open the ancient door. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivator in the black fog leaped up and charged towards Lin Feng and the others. Firmament Ghost Claw. A sinister laugh rang out. An overwhelming, gloomy aura surged in the air, and an endless amount of ghost chi filled the air. The gloomy and terrifying ghost chi condensed into a huge claw. It was a huge ghost claw, and it contained a terrifying aura that seemed to come from hell. It grabbed towards Lin Feng and the others. Emo Xiaoxia, Shui Xinqi, the snake slave, the insect slave, the burly cultivator, and the others all let out shrill screams. They were all greatly affected by the ghost claw and had no strength to fight at all. Now, only Lin Feng, Wu Qingqing, and Pei Zihue could still fight. Do it! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He threw 12 talismans at them. Bang, bang, bang. These talismans all exploded, and waves of destructive energy swept out. At the same time, Wu Qingqing also took out a treasure. It was a peachwood sword. The peachwood sword was surrounded by runes. Now that the runes were beginning to awaken, it was obviously an extremely powerful Dharma treasure. Pei Zihue, like Lin Feng, also took out dozens of talismans. He was also a high-level spirit array master. Bang, bang, bang. Pei Zihue's talismans also exploded. The ghost claw that had condensed in the air was destroyed by the explosion of nearly 100 talismans. Demon Slaying Sword. At this time, Wu Qingqing shouted coldly, and the peachwood sword shone with golden light. The runes seemed to have come to life. A low voice came from the peachwood sword, as if a senior monk was chanting Buddhist scriptures. The peachwood sword instantly rushed in front of the demon cultivator and slashed. Pooh! The sword tore the demon cultivator's body apart. Damn! This is a Buddhist treasure that has been strengthened by Buddha's karma. This Wu Qingqing is really interesting. She's a demon cultivator, but she has a few powerful Buddhist treasures on her. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. You actually hurt me. The demon cultivator roared angrily. At this time, Lin Feng, Wu Qingqing, and Pei Zihue saw the demon cultivator's body clearly. Under the torn clothes was a rotting body. Seeing the rotten body, Lin Feng felt a little nauseous. I'm going to kill you. The demon cultivator roared angrily. Rumble. At this time, a loud sound came from the stone door. The demon cultivator's eyes suddenly lit up. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the stone door. This guy came out to stall for time. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Let's go in and see. Wu Qingqing was the first to rush in. Then, Pei Zihui and Lin Feng rushed in as well. The rest of the people also recovered and rushed into the stone door behind him. After entering the stone door, Lin Feng and the others saw a blood-red stone door in the depths of the cave. The blood-red stone door had a picture of a blood-red python carved on it. At this time, the blood-red python had already awakened and was circling around the door. Look, blood! Mo, meowling, pointed at the blood on the ground with a pale face. This blood was the blood of the dead cultivators. At this moment, all of it was rushing towards the blood python and being absorbed by it. It was clear that opening this blood door required a massive amount of blood as a sacrifice. This demonic Tao expert had killed so many cultivators in order to open this door of learning. Rumble. Finally, the blood door opened. The demon cultivator was the first to rush into the door. Lin Feng and the others didn't hesitate to enter the door. After they entered the door, they saw a gigantic tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, there were 12 pitch-black stone doors. Each of the stone doors was covered with numerous talismans. At that moment, the 12 stone doors were opened, and a terrifying suction force enveloped everyone. Those stone doors wanted to swallow them all. The demon cultivator was instantly swallowed by the first stone door. A tragic scream came from behind the pitch-black stone door. The demon cultivator seemed to have met with a mishap. Why is this happening? After 500 years of reincarnation, in order to survive, I became neither human nor ghost, but in the end, this is what happened. The unwilling roar came out, and then the first stone door became completely silent. Lin Feng and the others were extremely shocked. This was too terrifying. What was behind the pitch-black stone door? Even the demon cultivator had died tragically. Hurry up and leave here. Lin Feng shouted with a pale face. He rushed out. The others did not dare to stay, and also rushed out. However, at this moment, the suction force from the 12 black stone doors was too terrifying. No one could escape. Everyone flew towards the 12 black stone doors. Chapter 5:75. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone cried out in horror. The 12 pitch-black stone doors were too terrifying and too demonic. How strong was that demonic expert's cultivation? If they all died tragically inside, the others would naturally be terrified. Archean dragonesque elephant art. Lin Feng circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art and tried his best to resist the terrifying devouring power of the 12 black stone doors. He slowed down a lot as he flew towards the doors. However, he still couldn't escape the devouring power of the 12 black doors. The second door quickly devoured one of Wu Qingqing's subordinates. Then a blood-curdling scream came from the second door. No, I don't want to die. The cultivator inside screamed. What's in there? Someone roared loudly. His face was contorted and filled with terror. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Just like now, many people were about to collapse. Even Lin Feng's face was very pale. The 12 black doors were too terrifying. Lin Feng was enveloped by the 12th stone door. His body couldn't resist the devouring power of the 12th stone door, so he quickly flew towards it. The cultivators were devoured by the stone doors one after another. Wu Qingqing flew towards the 11th stone door. Pei Zihui, on the other hand, flew towards the 10th stone door. Only the three of them weren't devoured. Let's all enter the 11th stone door. If something terrible happens, we can take care of each other. Wu Qingqing shouted with a pale face. Okay. Lin Feng and Pei Zihui nodded. Although Lin Feng had been wary of Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui, it wasn't the time to be wary of each other. Getting through the crisis in front of them was the best choice. When the three of them approached the third stone door, Lin Feng and Pei Zihui tried their best to escape the devouring power of the stone doors. They wanted to enter the 11th stone door, but it was obviously not an easy task. Pei Zihui was the first to give up and was devoured by the 10th stone door. Soon he let out a scream. Then, the 10th stone door closed with a rumble. Wu Qingqing was swallowed by the 11th stone door. Soon, Wu Qingqing also let out a painful cry. What's behind the stone door? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He was about to be swallowed by the 12th stone door. Crack! In this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Feng grabbed the intersection between the 11th and 2nd stone doors and rushed into the 11th stone door. After Lin Feng charged into the 11th stone door, the 11th stone door automatically closed behind him. After entering the 11th stone door, Lin Feng saw a ball of pitch-black energy enveloping Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing roared and screamed in pain. What an evil aura! Is this a soul? Lin Feng was shocked. Heavenly fire burn. After a short moment of surprise, he quickly released the heaven flame, which surged toward the distorted soul. The heavenly fire burned and instantly enveloped the distorted soul body. Heavenly fire. A painful cry came from the ball of pitch-black energy. It really is a soul body. Are there souls hidden in the 12 doors? Who do these souls belong to? Don't souls perish after a person dies? How can they prevent their souls from perishing? Questions flashed through Lin Feng's mind. However, Lin Feng did not stop. He frantically activated the heaven flame, wanting to use it to burn the soul body to death. The strength contained in that soul was monstrous. Lin Feng's heart was pounding violently when he saw it. Purple core fire. I didn't think that after so many eras, there would still be celestial flames in the world. You, a tiny little insect, have managed to refine celestial flames. I'm really surprised. Celestial flames can kill me, but your cultivation level is too low. You can't use celestial flames. Only death awaits you. Only death awaits you, the terrifying existence sneered. Amidst the flames, a tall silhouette appeared. The existence had 9 heads, 18 arms, and 10 pairs of wings. He was tall and burly, and his body exuded a terrifying aura like that of a demon or a god. Divine demon! Lin Feng shouted in horror. That's right, I'm the divine demon's undying soul. The terrifying existence laughed maliciously. The so-called divine demon's undying soul was the undying soul of an ancient god or demon after their death. Why? Even after a god or demon dies, their soul will vanish into thin air. Lin Feng shouted in disbelief. Netherworld's gate. The divine demon's undying soul spoke in a sinister voice. The Netherworld's gate is a type of devil stone found in the depths of hell. It's said that the magic treasure created from it can protect the remnant soul of a god or demon from dying. Wu Qingqing said with a pale face. Beings of the divine demon level were different from ordinary cultivators. After an ordinary cultivator's physical body was destroyed, if they could find a treasure like the heavenly star soul jade in a short period of time, their soul could be preserved and would not perish for 100 years. However, gods and demons were too powerful. Once their physical bodies were destroyed, their souls would suffer a heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly tribulation descended, it would instantly destroy the god or demon's soul, destroying their body and soul. On the other hand, magic treasures made from netherworld stones could protect the remnant soul of a god or demon. Keek, that's right. These 12 stone doors are the netherworld's gates. I was only able to survive by hiding in the cave behind the netherworld's gate. The divine demon's undying soul laughed sinisterly. "There's nothing to talk about with you two ants. I'm going to devour your flesh and soul to slowly recover my strength. In the future, I'm going to reforge my physical body." As soon as the divine demon's undying soul finished speaking, endless demonic fog surged out. Lin Feng's heavenly fire was forced back into Lin Feng's body. Next, Lin Feng felt himself being imprisoned in the air by a terrifying force. He couldn't move at all. Wu Qingqing's situation was the same as Lin Feng's. They couldn't move at all. They didn't even have the strength to resist the divine demon's undying soul. Demonic Pearl, Xianming Demonic Book, Sacred Emperor Stone. Lin Feng tried to summon the three treasures, hoping that they could help him. However, the three treasures were completely silent. They had cut off their connection with Lin Feng. "Fuck your sister." Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. The three treasures had spirits, and they obviously didn't want to help Lin Feng fight against the divine demon's undying soul. Maybe the three treasures wanted Lin Feng to die at the hands of the divine demon's undying soul. That way, the divine demon's undying soul would obtain them. The divine demon's undying soul's new master was much stronger than Lin Feng. "Die!" The undying soul's sinister voice sounded. Then, a terrifying force began to invade Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing's bodies. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in pain. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart. He suspected that in the next moment, his body would explode into a bloody mist and be devoured by the divine demon's undying soul. "I don't want to die here." Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He still had too many things to do, but he was helpless against the divine demon's undying soul. The difference between the two was too great. Lin Feng was about to be refined to death. At that moment, a low voice sounded from Lin Feng's body. "I came from the 6 paths of reincarnation. I have an immortal body. The heavenly Tao can't destroy me, and the 10,000 tribulations can't hurt me." As the voice sounded, Lin Feng's blood began to flow wildly. The bloodline shackles were being unlocked. "This is—" The divine demon's undying soul looked at Lin Feng in shock. It seemed to have thought of something and cried out in disbelief. Boom! Endless crimson light shot into the sky. Within the crimson light, a mysterious and ancient world appeared. In the depths of that world, a handsome and stalwart man walked out step by step. Chapter 576. This was really a shocking scene. The power of the bloodline actually manifested such a strange thing. It really made people feel shocked and moved. Lin Feng couldn't stop his tears from flowing when he saw the figure in front of him. Father! It was actually his father, Lin Beitian. Their bloodlines were connected. Lin Beitian was in a life-or-death situation, and the bloodline power he inherited from his father was awakening. Bloodline power? How laughable! Could it be that a mere phantom manifested from the bloodline wants to go against me? You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The undying soul sneered. He waved his right hand and punched the projection of Lin Feng's father. Time flies. Lin Beitian stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice from the mysterious world. "Ah, my body, my power." The undying soul let out a terrified cry. His body was rapidly aging, and his power was rapidly diminishing. Impossible. The Netherworld Gate can cancel out the Heavenly Tao's aura. My body can't possibly be destroyed. I'm an undying soul. The undying soul roared. Chaotic heavens! Boom, boom. Waves of extremely terrifying aura surged out. When this move was unleashed, it seemed to be able to turn the world upside down and destroy everything. Streaks of destructive power were emitted from his body. That power made Lin Feng's soul tremble. The undying soul was too powerful. time lasts only an instant. Lin Beitian continued to step forward in the face of the Undying Soul's powerful attack. Endless divine light rushed out of his body. He was surrounded by divine light like an immortal god. Lin Beitian extended his right hand and tapped the Undying Soul lightly. Buzz. Instantly, an unimaginable power spread out. The entire world seemed to come to a standstill. The undying fiend god's soul was trapped in the air, unable to move. Heavens! Who's that projection? What is Lin Feng's social status? Wu Qingqing looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. What kind of terrifying existence was the undying fiend god soul? But now, under the attack of the illusory figure, he was unable to resist at all. What level are these secret techniques that Father is using? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. Through the jade tube that his father left behind before he left, Lin Feng knew that his parents should be at the level of deity or above. However, Lin Feng's concept of the so-called gods was very vague. Now that he had seen his father's battle prowess, it was simply unbelievable. Time flew by like a shuttle. Time passed by in an instant. These secret techniques were truly unimaginably powerful. I will use my devil's soul to forge my will for battle. The undying fiend god soul was not to be underestimated. It was not easy to deal with it. After being imprisoned, it let out an earth-shaking roar. Its body emitted a powerful aura as its battle intent rose rapidly. Boom! The undying fiend god soul was finally able to move. Endless devil light surged out and turned into an eternal devil world. The undying fiend god soul walked around in that world. His voice was extremely cold. I have to say that you're really strong. But I know that you're just an aura, not even a consciousness. That's why you can't hurt me at all. I can also sense that your aura is weakening rapidly after you attacked. If I'm not wrong, your aura is about to disappear. But I won't let you disappear on your own accord. I'll destroy you first. Once I reconstruct my body, I'll find your true body and destroy it as well. Demon destroys all worlds. The undying soul of the celestial demon stepped forward, and a mysterious world appeared beneath his feet. As he walked over, those mysterious worlds began to crumble. This was truly an unimaginably powerful mystic art. To think that it would be this powerful. Demon destroys all worlds. Who could fight against it? The undying fiend god, soul charged towards Lin Beitian with a boundless demonic aura. Is that illusory figure going to be destroyed by the undying fiend god's soul? Wu Qingqing was trembling all over. She naturally hoped that the illusory figure would be the one to destroy the undying fiend god's soul. Only then would she be able to live. But the undying fiend god's soul strength was too terrifying. Wu Qingqing couldn't see any hope at all. Father! Lin Feng clenched his fists. He looked at his father's illusory figure nervously. After all, it was just an illusory figure. The undying fiend god soul was the real soul of a fiend god. Could his father win this battle? At that moment, a voice that seemed to have traveled from the ancient era through time and space rang out. 6 paths of reincarnation. Fist. Lin Beitian stepped forward. Behind him, 6 ancient worlds appeared. These 6 worlds seemed to be connected to the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. Ah, how can this be? No, that's impossible. How can you control the legendary? The undying fiend god soul was scared out of his wits when he saw the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He seemed to have thought of something and shouted in fear. However, Lin Beitian didn't give the undying fiend god soul a chance to finish his sentence. The fist landed on the undying fiend god soul's body. Bang! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The undying fiend god soul's body exploded. The fiend god soul's consciousness was destroyed. I can't accept this. As soon as the undying fiend god soul's last words were spoken, its will was completely destroyed. He's dead. Wu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at the illusory figure in the air. She was trying to guess who it was. Lin Beitian turned to look at Lin Feng. There was a smile on his face. It was an encouraging and gratifying expression. In Lin Feng's memories, his father was always a calm and steady man. Now, Lin Feng was witnessing his father's powerful strength for the first time. Even so, it was still terrifying. Even if he went to rescue his mother, he would still have a slim chance of survival. How dangerous was the place where his mother was sealed? Live well. Lin Baitian's voice rang out. Then his body began to dissipate. Lin Feng wanted to grab his father's body, but he couldn't touch anything. Soon, Lin Baitian's illusory figure disappeared without a trace. Strength. I need to increase my strength quickly. Otherwise, I'll still be an ant. How can I go to the depths of the universe to rescue my mother? Lin Feng gritted his teeth. His expression was uncertain. Eventually, his gaze became more and more resolute. It was a resolute expression. He was willing to die for his goal. Chapter 577. What a powerful soul energy. What a pure soul energy. Lin Feng was shocked when he sensed the soul energy in the area. The soul energy in this place was extremely shocking. This was the remnant of the fiend god, undying soul, after it was destroyed. It was currently dissipating. It probably wouldn't be long before it completely dissipated into nothingness. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and quickly devoured the soul energy here. Wu Qingqing was doing the same. The soul energy of the undying soul was too pure. Just refining a small part of it would be a huge boost to one's strength. Lin Feng's soul had reached the yin-yang realm's 10th firmament. However, Lin Feng was still unable to break through the shackles of the yin-yang realm and reach the creation realm. But now Lin Feng had hope. If he could absorb the original strength of the godly demon soul, he would be able to do it. If he could refine the soul energy of the undying soul, he might be able to use the soul energy to complete the transformation. Lin Feng activated the devouring martial soul and devoured a large amount of the undying soul's soul energy. Then, Lin Feng activated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to refine the undying soul's soul energy. However, Lin Feng soon found something troublesome. He couldn't refine the undying soul's soul energy. What's going on? Why can't I refine it? Lin Feng frowned. He tried all sorts of methods, but he still couldn't refine it. Since the undying soul's soul energy couldn't be refined, it continued to dissipate even after being devoured by the devouring martial soul. It wouldn't be long before the undying soul's soul energy completely dissipated. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the undying soul's soul energy was very strange. Could it be that the origin of the undying fiend god soul is still too high level for me? Is that why I can't refine it? Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. Lin Feng didn't give up. He tried to refine the undying soul's soul energy with his heavenly fire. However, the heavenly fire couldn't refine it. Are we really going to end up with nothing? Lin Feng frowned. He didn't want to give up. Archean dragonesque elephant art. Heavenly fire. He used two methods to refine the undying fiend god soul. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was activated, and the shadow of the Archean dragonesque elephant appeared, suppressing the heavenly fire. As for the heavenly fire, it was assisting and incinerating the undying fiend god soul's soul origin. Crack. Finally, the soul origin of the undying fiend god soul began to shatter, and the defensive power created by the soul origin was gradually broken. Pure soul origin power gushed out. That's great. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he began to absorb the power of these soul sources. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he could feel a tyrannical soul power surging in his mind. His soul power began to rise sharply. Only after it had increased by dozens of times did it finally stop. I broke through. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The soul power of the first level of the creation realm. This was definitely a huge improvement. Since his soul power had broken through to the first level of the creation realm, it meant that Lin Feng's soul secret technique would be even more powerful. It's a pity that my soul miniature can't condense into a primordial spirit miniature, yet, if my mind can produce magic power, the illusory soul miniature can condense into a primordial spirit miniature. When I use my soul secret technique, how powerful will it be? Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. He stood up and looked at Wu Qingqing and realized that she hadn't woken up yet. Could it be that Wu Qingqing can also refine the undying fiend god Soul's soul origin power? Lin Feng stroked his chin. This was his first time coming into contact with a heretical expert. This heretical expert's methods were indeed not simple. There were goo worms. Of course, there were other terrifying methods. Lin Feng also heard that the goo worms planted by heretical experts could be found even if they were millions of miles away. The goo worms could even find their masters. This method was extremely strange. Swoosh! At this moment, Wu Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng warily. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Wu Qingqing. He carefully observed the huge stone room. In the depths of the stone room, there was a dark passage. This passage led to the depths of the room, and he didn't know where it ended. The undying fiend god soul is the remnant soul of a fiend god. Then, where's the fiend god's corpse? Could it be here? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. If there really was a fiend god's corpse here, it would be too shocking. When the time came, he could bring the fiend god's corpse out and sell it at an auction. He would be able to obtain a lot of wealth. Lin Feng followed the passage and walked into the depths of the room. Wu Qingqing stood up and quickly followed him. Dong, dong, dong. In the dark passage, only the sound of Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing's footsteps could be heard. In this cold and dark atmosphere, it made one's hair stand on end. There won't be anything terrifying in the depths of the room, right? Wu Qingqing asked in bewilderment. The undying fiend god soul is already dead. What else could there be? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Wu Qingqing's eyes twinkled as she asked, "Who is that silhouette?" No comment. Lin Feng indifferently replied, "Humph, what's so great about it? Do you think I can't tell? That phantom has already disappeared and won't appear again. It's like a strand of qi left in your body. At a critical moment, it can save your life, but the price is that the strand of qi will disappear." Wu Qingqing coldly snorted. Lin Feng remained silent and ignored Wu Qingqing. This woman wasn't simple, and Lin Feng had always been on guard against her. Naturally, he didn't want to talk too much about himself with her. Not long after, Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing entered a cave. There was a stone bed in the cave. A tall existence sat cross-legged on the bed. It had 9 heads, 18 arms, and 10 pairs of wings. Fiend god body. Wu Qingqing was astonished. This fiend god body hasn't been destroyed yet. How unimaginable! Lin Feng was also astonished. Although he had considered the possibility of a fiend god body appearing here, it was only a guess. Only when the fiend god body actually appeared did he realize how inconceivable it was. However, at that moment, the fiend god body suddenly burst into flames. What's this? Wu Qingqing was astonished. Lin Feng's expression changed. Some experts will use some methods to prevent their bodies from being destroyed after they die. If someone comes near their body, it will automatically self-destruct. Very quickly, the fiend god body burned to ashes. Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing felt that it was a pity. However, Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the fiend god body had been destroyed, there was still a ball of fiend god light floating above the bed. That ball of light seemed to be wrapped around something, but they didn't know what it was. Boom! At that moment, Wu Qingqing quickly attacked, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. She wanted to kill Lin Feng with a sneak attack and take all the treasures for herself. Chapter 578. Lin Feng had long been on guard against Wu Qingqing, so the moment she attacked, Lin Feng reacted quickly and sent a palm towards her. Bang! The two of them fiercely collided with each other. That tyrannical power surged out. Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing collided, but at that moment, a small golden snake flew out from Wu Qingqing's sleeve and bit Lin Feng's arm. Damn it! Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he grabbed the golden snake. Puff! The golden snake was crushed to death by Lin Feng. Ah, little gold, you killed my little gold, shouted Wu Qingqing furiously. She threw another punch at Lin Feng and sent him flying away. Thump! 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 Lin Feng retreated more than 10 steps. His body started to turn black quickly. The poison spread throughout his body. The golden snake's poison was too terrifying. Wu Qingqing, we're still considered allies, right? We've been through life and death together, and you want to kill me? Lin Feng looked coldly at Wu Qingqing. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Wu Qingqing sneered at Lin Feng and walked towards Lin Feng with her long legs. You killed my little gold. I'll make you wish you were dead. Wu Qingqing quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. She raised her right hand and sent another palm towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was poisoned, so he had to protect his heart. Naturally, his fighting strength was greatly reduced. Lin Feng's attack collided with Wu Qingqing's, but he was sent flying by her. I won't let you die so easily. I'll torture you. Wu Qingqing looked coldly at Lin Feng and made a series of hand seals. Spirit of poison, a soft shout was heard. Then, something terrifying happened. A brown mist gushed out from Wu Qingqing's body. Within the mist, numerous poisonous creatures appeared. 9-headed scorpion, king cobra, 10,000 feet, centipede, blue-eyed toad, 8-clawed spider, demon ant, and so on. Every type of poisonous insect could be said to be extremely poisonous in nature. Stinking bitch, you're really evil. The spirit you've comprehended is actually this kind of poison spirit. Looking at the densely packed poisonous creatures, Lin Feng's face turned pale. You're about to die, yet you still dare to insult me. You'll soon know how good that feeling is. Let's see if you still have the energy to scold me then. Wu Qingqing sneered. A dense swarm of poisonous insects rushed towards Lin Feng. Soul minion, come forth with sword. Lin Feng executed his secret soul technique with all his might and attacked Wu Qingqing. Soul's secret technique? It's useless. Your secret soul technique can't even break through my protective aura. How can it hurt me? Wu Qingqing looked coldly at Lin Feng. This woman was really not simple. The moment Lin Feng executed his secret soul technique, she had already sensed it. Wu Qingqing released a powerful aura that protected her body. You're dreaming. My spiritual power might be able to block my soul attack, but my aura definitely won't be able to block it. Lin Feng sneered. The soul minion held its sword and slashed at Wu Qingqing's protective aura. Puff! Wu Qingqing's protective aura shattered. The soul minion held its sword and rushed into Wu Qingqing's mind. Wu Qingqing had also cultivated the secret soul technique, so she used it to counterattack. However, Wu Qingqing's soul strength was too weak compared to Lin Feng's. She hadn't upgraded her soul minion to a primordial spirit minion. The difference between their soul strengths was too great. Wu Qingqing's secret soul technique couldn't even compare to Lin Feng's secret soul technique. She couldn't compare to Lin Feng in any aspect. The result of the collision between their souls was obvious. Ah! Wu Qingqing screamed in pain. Her body flew backward and fell to the ground. She fainted immediately. The spirit of poison that she had conjured had disappeared, and the densely packed poisonous creatures had also vanished without a trace. Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. He quickly sat down cross-legged. "Heavenly fire refinement," he shouted, and hurriedly used the heavenly fire to refine the poison in his body. This was why the heavenly fire was so terrifying. Not only could it be used to attack, but it could also be used to refine medicine and other substances. It could even refine poison. After 2 hours, Lin Feng finally woke up. He sensed his body's condition and let out a long sigh. The poison had finally been refined. What kind of treasure is this? Lin Feng looked at the black energy ball floating in the air. At that moment, Wu Qingqing, who had fainted, let out a low moan. She was about to wake up. "I'll see what you are later," Lin Feng muttered, and put the black energy ball into his storage ring. He then walked towards Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng. Just as she was about to move, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and tapped her body a few times. Wu Qingqing immediately felt the pure qi in her body dissipating. She wouldn't be able to gather pure qi for a while. "You." Wu Qingqing's face turned pale. Wu Qingqing's face turned deathly pale. Initially, she had wanted to kill Lin Feng by surprise and take the treasures for herself. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would take the treasures. Wu Qingqing's heart sank. How could she have a good ending in Lin Feng's hands? "Let me tell you, my grandfather is the vice sect leader of the Gu Evil sect. If you dare to hurt me, my grandfather won't let you go," Wu Qingqing shouted. Lin Feng pinched Wu Qingqing's chin and looked at her beautiful face. She used to be as cold as ice, but at that moment, she looked terrified. Lin Feng had a special feeling. "What? You're scared too?" Lin Feng looked at Wu Qingqing indifferently. "Do you think I'm scared?" Wu Qingqing snorted coldly. "Tisk tsk. You're in my hands, yet you still dare to threaten me. Do you think I won't dare to kill you?" Lin Feng looked at her coldly. "If I kill you here, who will know?" Wu Qingqing's face turned pale. Indeed, even if she was killed here, no one would know. The others were probably dead after being swallowed by the pitch-black stone door. If she was killed, no one would be able to send a message back. "However, you should be grateful that you're so beautiful. I've always been a man who cares about women. I don't kill women, especially beautiful ones." Lin Feng's right hand gently brushed past Wu Qingqing's face and neck. Wu Qingqing seemed to have thought of something and cried out in fear. "What are you doing?" "If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. I won't kill you, but you'll have to use other methods to redeem your life." Lin Feng pressed Wu Qingqing to the ground. With a rip, her clothes were torn apart. "No!" Wu Qingqing cried out in fear and struggled violently. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Not long after, Wu Qingqing's painful groans came from the cave. Chapter 579. Wu Qingqing glared at Lin Feng hatefully. She had never thought that her first, second, and third times would all be taken away so mercilessly. It was all because of this despicable man in front of her. Wu Qingqing really wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, She couldn't muster up any strength. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What? You want to kill me? I advise you to give up on that idea. Otherwise, you'll have to pay the same price as before." Lin Feng's hand gently caressed Wu Qingqing's sensitive area. Wu Qingqing gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. "Why don't you agree to be my woman? I can play with your beautiful legs for 3 years." Lin Feng smiled. "I'll kill you." Wu Qingqing bit her lips and said in a humiliating tone, "Why? Besides, it's hard to say if we'll be able to get out. If we're really trapped here, we can only make do with each other," Lin Feng said as he pinched Wu Qingqing's delicate cheeks. Wu Qingqing turned her face away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and got up to put on his clothes. Wu Qingqing also quickly took out clean clothes from her storage ring and changed into them. He glanced at Wu Qingqing and couldn't help but admit that this woman was exquisite. When he was enjoying her, that feeling was also amazing. Lin Feng looked around the cave to see if there was a way out. He saw a hexagram in a corner. There were many threads around the hexagram, strands of silk interweaved together like twisted array runes. Teleportation array. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. "Really?" Wu Qingqing asked in surprise. Lin Feng looked at Wu Qingqing with a faint smile and said, "Do you really want to get out that badly? I'm wondering if I should kill you so that you won't be a threat after you get out." Wu Qingqing's face turned pale, and she shouted, "You didn't keep your word. You said you wouldn't kill me." She bit her lip and said, "Besides, you've already taken my body. Can you bear to kill me?" This woman as cold as ice revealed a delicate and pitiful appearance, causing others to feel a sense of pity for her. It was mainly because Wu Qingqing was too beautiful. When a beautiful woman acted coquettishly and begged, men would naturally sympathize with her. Lin Feng sighed. In the end, he still couldn't bear to kill Wu Qingqing. "Wait for me to leave before you go out. It's best if you wait until your Zhenqi recovers." Lin Feng glanced at Wu Qingqing and walked into the teleportation array. He took out a dozen spiritual stones and injected their energy into the teleportation array. But suddenly, the teleportation array emitted a shocking fluctuation. The teleportation array was activated. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Feng disappeared from the cave. Wu Qingqing had a complicated expression on her face. After a long while, she let out a sigh. Light flashed. Lin Feng appeared in a mountain forest. "I'm so lucky to be able to come out alive." Lin Feng took a deep breath. This place was obviously no longer in the Tiangang Plains. However, Lin Feng didn't know where exactly he was. He quickly flew into the distance. Along the way, he saw many ferocious beasts, but he didn't see any cultivators. Lin Feng found a place to rest and took out the black ball of energy. It was left behind after the god fiend's body was burned. He didn't know what it was. When Lin Feng took out the ball of energy, it didn't take long. The black ball of energy began to dissipate. The object wrapped in the ball of energy appeared in Lin Feng's vision. A bone. Lin Feng was surprised. It was a bone, and it was a golden bone. A god fiend's bone? Lin Feng grabbed the bone and looked at it carefully. The god fiend's body burned and didn't exist in this world. However, this bone was left behind. It was obviously a bone that couldn't be destroyed when the god fiend's body burned. This bone was definitely not simple. Lin Feng looked at it carefully and found that the god fiend's bone was engraved with divine runes. These divine runes looked like runes, but they also looked like mysterious words. It's very similar to the Qiong Qi's precious bone. Lin Feng looked at the bone in shock. He thought to himself, could it be that this bone contains the powerful inheritance of the god fiend clan? When Lin Feng thought about that, his heart started pounding. If that was the case, then it was too shocking. How terrifying would the inheritance of the God-fiend clan be? Lin Feng tried to comprehend the runes on the bone, but when he tried to do so, he felt like his head was going to explode. What a terrifying aura. This is the aura of the Great Tao. The runes contain the aura of the Great Tao. If it really contains the inheritance of the God-fiend clan, then it's very powerful. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. With his current cultivation, it was still difficult for him to comprehend the contents of the God-fiend bone. It seems like I have to wait until I break through to the yin-yang layer to comprehend the secrets of the God-fiend bone, thought Lin Feng. He put the God-fiend bone away. During the next 3 months, Lin Feng practiced in the Thunder Blade secret territory. He used the dragon-seeking incantation to find spiritual veins, to search for precious herbs, and to find ancient cultivators' caves. At the same time, Lin Feng continuously challenged the ferocious beasts in the Thunder Blade secret territory. His progress was very fast. In 3 months, he had already broken through to the second celestial layer of the Martial King layer. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on top of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, absorbing the power of the sun and the moon. It's useless. You can't run away. When we catch you, we'll take all your treasures. TSK, TSK. Although this girl is a bit ugly, her body is not bad. I haven't touched a woman since I entered the Thunder Blade secret territory. Today, I'll have a good time. Hee hee, now that you mention it, her body is not bad. Her skin is snow white. She's simply a goddess from the back. Later, we'll carry her on our backs. Even without looking at her face, we'll have a good time. A few cultivators who were chasing after them said with perverted smiles. The clothes of the woman who was running away were torn. It was very likely that she had been torn by these people. Her snow-white skin was exposed. She had a tall and slender figure, perky and alluring twin peaks, a small waist that could be grasped with one hand, and an alluring perky butt. Such a perfect body was truly alluring. However, the woman was very ugly. To be precise, only half of her face was beautiful. The other half of her face seemed to have been burned. The woman was running away with a pale face, but in the end, she couldn't escape. She was sent flying by a cultivator who was chasing after her. She fell to the ground and couldn't get back up. I can't wait to have a good time. A few cultivators walked towards the woman with perverted smiles on their faces. Chi La, the cultivator, who was the first to walk, tore the woman's clothes apart. Her snow-white skin was exposed. The woman quickly protected her body. The cultivator's eyes lit up, and they were about to pounce on her. The woman's face was full of fear. She clenched her teeth, as if she wanted to kill herself by biting her tongue. At that moment, a calm voice said, "Who dares to break into my secluded cultivation place? If you want to live, get out of here." The cultivators' expressions changed slightly. Obviously, they hadn't thought that there would be other cultivators here. Chapter 580. These cultivators were quite strong. After a short moment of surprise, they all sneered. The other party seemed to be alone. On the other hand, there were 7 of them. Furthermore, the strongest among the 7 was a cultivator in the 9th heaven of the Martial King realm. They believed that if the 7 of them worked together, even a 10th layer Martial King would die at their hands if they were not careful. The leader, the triangular-eyed cultivator, sneered. "Who is it? Pretending to be a ghost? Come out for me. I gave you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it." A cold laugh rang out. In the forest, a young cultivator stepped out. "It's him." When the ugly woman saw the cultivator who walked out, her pupils suddenly shrank. Obviously, she did not expect it to be this person. This person was, of course, Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the ugly woman and thought that it was a pity. The left side of her face was so beautiful, and her figure was so perfect. It was a pity that the right side of her face ruined it. "Senior brother, save me." The woman looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? After thinking carefully, he could not think of where he had heard this voice before. Perhaps it was just his imagination. When the 7 cultivators saw that it was a young cultivator who stepped out, they all sneered. This kid looked to be about 20 years old. How strong could he be? "Kid, you even dare to interfere in our business. I think you don't want to live anymore. Do you? Get down and kowtow to us 10 times, and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place." The cultivators immediately sneered. "You don't know what's good for you." Lin Feng sneered and rushed toward the 7 people. Swish! Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He covered a distance of hundreds of meters in a few breaths. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. "This kid is very fast. Everyone, be careful!" The triangular-eyed cultivator shouted in a deep voice. The others nodded. They were all experienced cultivators. However, before they could condense their attacks, one of them had already been beheaded. Fast. It was too fast. It wasn't just his speed. Even the speed of his attack was fast. Now that Lin Feng's golden wings had been cultivated to the large success stage, he could leap 300 to 400 meters with a light leap. Even a yin yang cultivator would not be able to reach such a speed. Of course, the golden wings didn't just increase the speed of the body. The speed of flight, the speed of attack, the speed of reaction, and so on would all be greatly increased. When Lin Feng killed the first cultivator, the rest of the cultivators did not even have time to react. "You're courting death." The triangular-eyed cultivator was the first to recollect himself. He roared furiously and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. As for the other 5 people, they had all finished preparing their attacks and blasted them towards Lin Feng. "Senior brother, be careful." The ugly woman cried out in alarm. When she saw Lin Feng being besieged by 6 people, her face instantly turned deathly pale and was even filled with despair. In her opinion, under the siege of 6 masters, Lin Feng would die without a doubt. If Lin Feng died, she wouldn't have a good end either. "Die, brat!" The 6 cultivators with the triangular-eyed cultivators also laughed sinisterly. They naturally thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure this time. Just as the attacks of the 6 masters were about to hit Lin Feng, a terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. Force. This was the aura of force. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the force he condensed became stronger and more terrifying. Lin Feng released his force. The 6 cultivators felt as if they were struck by lightning. Puffed. The 5 of them flew backwards on the spot. Their bodies shattered, and they vomited blood. They fell to the ground and died tragically. Ordinary Martial King cultivators couldn't even withstand Lin Feng's force, let alone fight with Lin Feng. The triangular-eyed cultivator had the highest cultivation level. He was at the 9th layer of the Martial King realm. His face was as pale as paper, and his body was trembling. He was suppressed by Lin Feng's force and couldn't move at all. "Spare me, spare me. I can give you all my treasures as long as you spare my life." The triangular-eyed cultivator begged. "If I kill you, I can still get your treasures." Buffed. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a ray of sword chi pierced the triangular-eyed cultivator's body. The triangular-eyed cultivator fell to the ground and died. Lin Feng took the 7 people's storage rings and walked away. "Senior brother, please take me with you to cultivate." The ugly woman clenched her teeth and chased after him. Not interested. Lin Feng glanced at the ugly woman indifferently. The ugly woman's face turned slightly pale, and she said, "Senior brother, this is not my true appearance." Oh, Lin Feng looked at her in surprise. At that moment, the ugly woman stretched out her jade-like right hand and searched for something near her right ear. Soon she found it. Then she tore off a mask made of human skin. After the human skin mask was torn off, a delicate face was revealed. This was a face that could be said to be absolutely beautiful, with big watery eyes and a pretty nose. Of course, the most attractive thing was that pink cherry mouth. Any man who saw it would probably have the urge to suck on it and taste it. But what surprised Lin Feng was that he knew this woman, Shui Lan Xian. When the 12 Peaks were selecting disciples, Lin Feng had a deep impression of Shui Lan Xian. She was a Ling formation master and had been chosen by the Ling formation peak. Shui Lanquan's two younger brothers, Shui Wentao and Shui Wenjie, one of them had a thunder spirit, and the other had a lightning spirit. They were both geniuses among geniuses. Cough, cough, it's you. No wonder you looked familiar. Shouldn't you put on your clothes first? Lin Feng glanced at Shui Lanquan's delicate body. Her clothes had been torn off by the triangular-eyed cultivator. Only her underwear was left. From the side, Lin Feng could see her snow-white breasts and the two protrusions on her underwear. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Shui Lanquan's body and face were indescribably beautiful. "Ah!" shouted Shui Lan Xian. She was so excited that she wanted to be with Lin Feng that she forgot that she was only wearing underwear. She quickly covered her breasts with her hands. Her face was so red that it looked like blood was going to drip out of it. Shui Lan Xian knew how beautiful she was. Ever since she was a child, she had been a goddess in the eyes of countless people. She didn't know how many outstanding young men had pursued her. Chapter 581. Lan Qianqian hurriedly put on her clothes, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng could naturally see Lan Qianqian's worry, and he said indifferently, "All right, let's part ways here. As for saving you, it's just a small matter, so you don't have to thank me." Lin Feng walked away without any reluctance. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Lan Qianqian bit her pink lips, hesitated for a moment, and then chased after him. Lin Feng asked, "Why are you following me?" Lan Qianqian's face was pale as she said, "Senior brother, please take me in. If I don't follow you, I'm afraid I'll die a miserable death." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Next time, when you change your appearance, please change your figure as well. Disguise yourself as an ugly woman. With such a good figure, there will naturally be people who don't mind doing heartless things to you. I think that if you change your appearance according to my method and don't reveal your wealth, no one will have any ideas about you." Lan Qianqian bit her lips and said, "Senior brother, I'm willing to give you an ancient cultivation treasure. I only ask that you take me in." Lin Feng said, "There's no need. Since you obtained it, I won't take it." Hearing Lin Feng's rejection, Lan Qianqian's face became extremely pale. Lin Feng obviously didn't want to bring her along. Lan Qianqian knew very well what Lin Feng was thinking. If she followed Lin Feng, she would be a burden. Anyone would refuse. "Senior brother, do you really want to see me die in the Thunderblade's secret realm? If senior brother wants me, I can give my first time to senior brother." After Lan Qianqian finished speaking, her face was so red that it could bleed. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and felt a deep sense of regret. How could she say such a thing? Lan Qianqian was a very pure woman, and Lin Feng was very clear about this. Even Lin Feng was full of surprise after hearing this. Sun Yair looked pure, but she was someone who couldn't stand loneliness. Therefore, selling her body to others in exchange for protection was a very normal thing in Lin Feng's eyes. Why did Lan Qianqian do this? Lin Feng really didn't understand. Could it be that Lan Qianqian likes him? Lin Feng didn't believe in this anyway. Not only did Lan Qianqian not like himself, Lin Feng could even feel that Lan Qianqian seemed to hate himself. Forget it, I'm not interested in you. Lin Feng said indifferently and turned to leave. Lan Qianqian suddenly lost his mind for a while, and then tears burst out of his eyes. She suddenly felt wronged, although Lan Qianqian regretted what she had just said. But after saying it out loud, he was rejected, which made Lan Qianqian very uncomfortable. She said with a trembling voice, "Even a fickle woman like Tao Xi didn't despise me, but you despise me? Why is that?" Lin Feng's face sank slightly, and he said, "It's not right to gossip behind someone's back." Lan Qianqian bit her red lips and said, "Why are you afraid of others talking about what you did? That day, Gu Xin Sun Ye and I all saw Tao Xi enter your room and close the door. She only came out after more than 2 hours." Humph! Lin Feng looked coldly at Lan Qianqian and said, "The innocent knows their innocence. I don't need to explain anything to you." Lan Qianqian was slightly startled because Lin Feng's eyes were very clear. Lan Qianqian had always believed that the eyes were the window to a person's soul. If Lin Feng was lying, his eyes wouldn't be so clear. Could it be that I've missed him all this time? Lan Qianqian couldn't help but think. Lin Feng didn't want to say anything more to Lan Qianqian, so he turned around and was about to leave. Lan Qianqian begged, "Senior apprentice brother, I've wronged you. It's all my fault. Please take me in." Many senior apprentice brothers and senior apprentice sisters died in the Thunderblade secret domain. Even my big brother died in the Thunderblade secret domain to save me. I want to live. When he heard that Lan Yang had died in the Lightning Blade secret territory, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. Back when Lin Feng had first joined the group heading to Nebula City, only he and Lan Yang had taken the initiative to talk to him. Lan Yang was a pretty good person, although the black-clothed men who had chased after Yufan had appeared, and Lan Yang and Lan Qianqian had chosen to leave. It was understandable, because the two leaders of the black-clothed men were Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Staying behind was equivalent to suicide, since Yufan hadn't blamed Lan Yang and Lan Qianqian for leaving. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't blame them either. However, after that incident, Lin Feng and Lan Yang had become strangers. This was the Lightning Blade secret territory. Perhaps the fortuitous encounters in the Lightning Blade secret territory would create many geniuses. From then on, they would soar into the sky. However, there were even more people who had died in the Lightning Blade secret territory. Lan Qianqian's delicate body trembled slightly when she thought of her brother's tragic death. Her heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. No wonder Lan Qianqian didn't hesitate to give her pure body to him. She wanted his protection and watched her fellow disciples die tragically. She watched her brother die tragically. Perhaps Lan Qianqian's temperament had undergone a great change. Lin Feng turned his head to look at the weeping Lan Qianqian. He couldn't help but feel some compassion in his heart. "All right, you can stay by my side," Lin Feng said. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on Lan Qianqian's beautiful face. Then, do I have to serve you, senior brother?" Lan Qianqian said with a red face. She lowered her head and didn't even dare to look at Lin Feng. She knew how beautiful she was and how seductive her figure was. Lin Feng was a man, although Lan Qianqian already believed that nothing had happened between Lin Feng and Tao Xi. However, That didn't mean that Lin Feng wouldn't have any thoughts about a delicate beauty like her. In fact, any man who saw her would probably have evil thoughts, right? Lan Qianqian loved herself very much. If she hadn't been forced to, she wouldn't have said those words just now. Now, she was worried that Lin Feng would really want her body. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to think too much. I'm not interested in you at all. I won't touch you. You can cultivate in peace." With that, Lin Feng walked into the distance. Lan Qianqian was happy at first, but then she became angry. Although she didn't want Lin Feng to want her body, Lin Feng said that he wasn't interested in her at all. What did that mean? Was she not charming? What kind of eyes did this guy have? Even a delicate beauty like her couldn't arouse his interest? At night, a bonfire was lit in the forest. After eating something, Lan Qianqian hugged her knees and sat next to the bonfire. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Feng from time to time. She couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time Lan Qianqian doubted her beauty. For half a day, Lin Feng didn't say a word to her. He didn't even have the interest to look at her. Was she really not charming? Lan Qianqian thought to herself in distress. Hey, this is a map. Is it the Flame Demon Lord's cave? When Lin Feng was organizing the storage rings of the triangular-eyed cultivators and the others, he found a map. He immediately cried out in surprise. This map was a mysterious cave in the Thunderblade secret territory. Chapter 582. I don't know who this Flame Demon Lord is, but since he's an ancient cultivator, he must be extremely powerful. I wonder if there's some amazing treasure in the Flame Demon Lord's cave. Lin Feng thought to himself. He decided to explore the Flaming Demon Lord's cave to see if he could uncover the secrets of the Flaming Demon Lord's cave. If there were any shocking discoveries, it would be an opportunity for him. The next day, Lin Feng and Lan Qianqian headed to the Flame Mountain Range on the map. Lan Qianqian pouted her pink lips. She was clearly dissatisfied with Lin Feng ignoring her. She asked, "Where are we going?" Lin Feng replied, "We're going to an ancient cultivator's cave." Lin Feng fell silent again. Lan Qianqian was annoyed. She wanted to talk to Lin Feng more, but Lin Feng ignored her. Lan Qianqian bit her lips and thought angrily to herself, "Why doesn't this bastard like me?" Women were like this. When men revolved around them, they would act high and mighty and take everything for granted. When they were treated coldly, they would start to let their imaginations run wild, and they would sulk. Lin Feng didn't know what Lan Qianqian was thinking. The only reason he allowed her to follow him was because of her dead brother, Lan Yang. Lin Feng's mind was filled with thoughts of how to quickly increase his cultivation, so he naturally didn't have the time to chat with Lan Qianqian about such boring topics. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Lan Qianqian arrived at a flame mountain range. The temperature here was extremely high. Lin Feng and Lan Qianqian were already drenched in sweat when they reached the depths of the flame mountain range. Lin Feng glanced at Lan Qianqian. Because she was soaking wet, her clothes were sticking to her body. A pair of towering peaks were completely exposed in front of his eyes. This scale was quite good, and Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lan Qianqian's pretty face turned red. She quickly used her hands to protect her twin peaks. She couldn't help but snort coldly in her heart. "You still dare to say that you're not interested. Your eyes are so evil." Lan Qianqian seemed to have regained a lot of his confidence, and he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. It seemed that his charm was quite good. They stopped at the mouth of a volcano and looked down. It was a world of rolling magma. "Is this the place?" Lan Qianqian asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "According to the map, it should be this active volcano. Go down about 50 meters and you'll find a cave." 50 meters down, we've already entered the world of lava. How can a cultivator's fleshly body withstand that? This flame demon lord is too strange, isn't it? I can't believe he built his cave in such a place. Lan Qianqian could not help but say. Lin Feng said, it's not that the flame demon lord is strange. It's because the fire-type energy in this world of lava is helpful to the flame demon lord's cultivation. That's why the flame demon lord built his cave here. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng said, wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look. Senior brother, don't leave me here alone. I'm a little scared. Lan Qianqian said pitifully. Lin Feng said helplessly, then lie on my back. I'll carry you down. Huh? Carry me? Lan Qianqian's pretty face immediately turned red. If she was carried by Lin Feng, wouldn't her full place be pressed against Lin Feng's body? Was this guy trying to take advantage of her on purpose? Thinking of this, Lan Qianqian became hesitant again. Lin Feng naturally knew what Lan Qianqian was worried about. He could not help but speechlessly say, then wait for me here first. Lan Qianqian gritted her teeth and said, I don't want to be left alone outside. Senior brother, carry me. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and slightly bent his body. Lan Qianqian wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, and her slender legs clamped around Lin Feng's waist. She could feel her fullness pressing against Lin Feng's back. She believed that Lin Feng could also clearly feel it because of the scorching temperature. Their clothes were stuck to their bodies as if they were naked. Lan Qianqian's pretty face blushed. When Lan Qianqian felt a pair of large hands supporting her, her body trembled slightly. It was a strange feeling. It was the first time a man had touched such a private place. Her body could not help but soften, and her breathing became hurried. Lin Feng did not notice Lan Qianqian's change. He leaped and jumped into the lava world. Ah! Lan Qianqian screamed in horror. She did not know what Lin Feng was doing to resist the rolling lava. So at this moment, she was very worried that the two of them would not be swallowed by the lava world. Just as Lin Feng entered the lava world, a flame barrier appeared and enveloped the two of them, resisting the lava's corrosion. Senior brother is an alchemist? Lan Qianqian asked in surprise. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Lan Qianqian was more and more surprised. The more she interacted with Lin Feng, the more she knew how extraordinary Lin Feng was. The Flame Demon Lord's cave is here. Someone actually found this place. After Lin Feng and Lan Qianqian entered the lava world, 3 cultivators rushed out. Of the 3 cultivators, one was a thin middle-aged man who emitted a gloomy aura. His eyes flickered with coldness. The second cultivator was a cultivator in his 30s. His face was pale, and his eyes flickered with a lustful light. The third cultivator was a young cultivator in his 20s. His body was surrounded by layers of black qi. He should be a demon cultivator. The 3 of them were obviously a temporary team. They were probably cultivators who had formed an alliance in the Thunderblade secret territory. A brat who just entered the Martial King realm, and a woman whose cultivation level is about the same. They're just ants. The middle-aged cultivator said gloomily, "That woman is still a virgin, and she's so good. I want her. I want to use her to increase my cultivation level." The middle-aged cultivator and the 20-something-year-old cultivator nodded without any objections. This was because the 30-something-year-old cultivator came from the Yin-Yang Union sect. This was a rather powerful sect that specialized in dual cultivation techniques. 5 elements canopy, come out. The middle-aged cultivator suddenly waved his right hand. There was a flash of light, and a treasure appeared in his hand. The treasure was a 5 elements imperial canopy with white, yellow, purple, blue, and green colors. the 5 elements' imperial canopy floated above the 5 of them, and rays of 5 elements' divine light shone down, enveloping the 5 of them. Go! The middle-aged cultivator shouted coldly and jumped into the lava world with the other 2 cultivators. Chapter 583. Senior brother, look, there really is an immortal's cave over there. Within the world of lava, Lan Qianqian pointed at a cliff. Next to the cliff was a platform, and deep within the platform was an immortal's cave. It was clear that the cliff was surrounded by powerful restrictions that kept the lava outside. If they wanted to enter, they would have to break through the restrictions. Lin Feng landed on the platform. So many years have passed, but the restrictions' power hasn't decreased. This flame demon lord is definitely not a simple person. Lin Feng sensed the restrictions outside. This was the most ordinary great protective formation. It protected the immortal's cave, but it hadn't suffered any damage. It seemed that even time hadn't destroyed this great formation. It was really inconceivable. After all, time could destroy everything. Even a divine weapon would gradually be destroyed over the long passage of time. Senior brother, there's a great formation protecting it. We can't enter. Lan Qianqian said, It's fine. I'll try and see if I can break this great formation. Lin Feng said, Senior brother wants to break it personally? Senior brother, you're also a spirit formation master? Lan Qianqian exclaimed. Lan Qianqian knew exactly how strong Lin Feng was. He was so strong, and he was also an alchemist. That was enough to shock people. And now, Lin Feng wanted to break the restrictions here. The restrictions here were clearly very advanced. Although they were only used to protect the immortal's cave, Lan Qianqian felt that they were very likely to be profound level or even earth level restrictions. Could Lin Feng break these restrictions? If he could, then it would be too heaven-defying. Back then, Lin Feng had almost joined Nebula Pavilion, but was persecuted by Elder Xing Xian. In the end, he fled Nebula Pavilion. If the upper echelons of Nebula Pavilion knew that Nebula Pavilion had missed out on such a terrifying monster, I wonder if they would kill Elder Xing Xian to vent their anger, especially Grandmaster Zhong Yun. Lin Feng had even met Grandmaster Zhong Yun once, and Grandmaster Zhong Yun had even asked Nebula Pavilion's outer court elders to take care of Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng has been forced to leave Nebula Pavilion. If Grandmaster Zhong Yun comes out of seclusion and finds out that Lin Feng is such a powerful monster, I wonder what he will think. While Lan Qianqian was lost in his thoughts, Lin Feng was already trying to break the Guardian Array. Currently, Lin Feng's soul strength had already reached the first firmament of the creation realm. The increase in the realm of spirit arrays and the increase in the realm of alchemists was directly related to soul strength. Therefore, Lin Feng's attainments in the field of spirit arrays would also greatly increase. Lin Feng sensed the Guardian Array here. The current Guardian Array here was between a profound rank Guardian Array and an Earth rank Guardian Array. It seems that this Guardian Array used to be an Earth rank Guardian Array. Now it has more or less degenerated, but it's not completely degenerated. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Lin Feng had previously learned the mountain-moving Taoist breaking arrays with arrays from Taoist Immeasurable. This was the method of breaking arrays with arrays. Lin Feng studied the Guardian Array here for more than an hour. What made Lin Feng somewhat gratified was that the Guardian Array here did not have an offensive array. If it had, he could only helplessly leave, because if an offensive array was set up, these arrays would attack Lin Feng, so there was no way to study the Guardian Array here. After studying for an hour, Lin Feng finally had a rough idea of what was going on. He took out the talisman knife and talisman stone and began to carve the spiritual array. He used 6 hours to carve out 49 talisman stones. Lin Feng showed an expression of relief. I hope I can break this guardian array. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Although the guardian array here had fallen from an Earth rank guardian array to between the peak of the profound rank and the Earth rank, but it was still an extremely brilliant guardian array. Lin Feng's current soul power was enough to support him to become an Earth-rank spiritual array master, but Lin Feng was not an Earth-rank spiritual array master. First of all, Lin Feng did not cultivate an Earth-rank basic array, nor did he cultivate an Earth-rank spiritual array technique. Secondly, Lin Feng's soul realm had just broken through to the creation realm not long ago. In addition, during this period of time, he had no time to study spiritual arrays in the Thunder Blade secret realm. Although in theory he could reach the Earth-rank spiritual array master, in reality, Lin Feng's spiritual array level should still be at the intermediate profound rank. Therefore, it was very difficult to break the guardian array, especially when one's level was not high enough. This time, Lin Feng used the mountain-moving Taoist's array-breaking array technique to try it out. If he could not break the guardian array, he could only leave. Lin Feng activated all the talisman stones, and these talisman stones intertwined into array patterns. These array patterns connected together to form a guardian array. It was almost impossible to break the entire guardian array, so Lin Feng chose to break a corner. Just like when Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang joined forces to break the restriction of the Qingyang sect's ancestral land, they only needed to break a corner. Something that surprised Lin Feng appeared. This array-breaking array technique was really magical. The intertwined array patterns were disintegrating the guardian array. After about half an hour, a gap was torn in the guardian array. Success. Lan Qianqian's beautiful eyes were wide open. She couldn't believe it. He had actually succeeded. This was too unimaginable. That was a peak profound level spiritual array between the Earth level, and Lin Feng had broken it. What level was Lin Feng at? Little boy, good technique. You can actually break the guardian array here. You saved us a lot of trouble. At that moment, a cold laugh spread in the air. The magma broke open, and 3 cultivators under the protection of the 5 elements canopy appeared in their line of sight. 3 cultivators of the 10th celestial layer. When she saw those 3 people, Lan Qianqian's beautiful face immediately turned pale. Lin Feng was extremely strong, but those 3 people in front of her were not any weaker than Lin Feng, and they were all extremely strong cultivators. Lan Qianqian looked at those people with fear. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Lin Feng's neck. Little boy, leave this beauty here, and then you can leave. If you leave now, you can still live. If you don't know what's good for you, then this magma world will be your burial ground, said the 30-year-old cultivator from the Yin-Yang fusion sect. He was staring at Lan Qianqian with a perverted look in his eyes. Brother! Lan Qianqian's delicate body was trembling. She was afraid that Lin Feng would really leave her here. Then, it would be difficult for her to escape. Don't worry, you can enter the cave first, said Lin Feng. Lan Qianqian nodded and entered the Immortal's cave through the broken restriction. You really don't know how to live. The 3 cultivators' eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 584. Although the 3 of them looked down on Lin Feng, they were actually very cautious. Lin Feng was only at the 2nd firmament of the Martial King realm. However, Lin Feng was also a spirit array master. The methods of spirit array masters were often very strange. Lin Feng looked coldly at the 3 of them. You guys don't know what's good for you. How dare you cause trouble for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out a sword sword slashing heaven and earth. This was a sword that contained the spirit of the sword Tao. It was very powerful. Spirit. This kid's sword qi contains a spirit. Everyone, be careful. The young demon expert in his 20s shouted. spirit of a demonic beast. Suddenly, he roared and made a series of hand seals. The demonic fog rolled, and a low roar came out from the rolling demonic fog. Immediately after, a pitch-black, ferocious beast appeared. It had sharp claws and moved towards Lin Feng's sword chi. Clang! The giant claws collided with the sword chi, and a sonorous sound was heard. Surprisingly, Lin Feng's sword chi had been blocked by that sword. What a powerful spirit of a demonic beast! Brother Lu is indeed a rising star of the demonic Tao. The middle-aged cultivator, and the cultivator from the Yin-Yang sect exclaimed. There was an unconcealable jealousy in the depths of their eyes. The demon expert was also very proud. Any cultivator who could comprehend a spirit before entering the Yin-Yang realm could be called a peerless genius. There was a high chance that they would break through to the Yin-Yang realm in the future. I comprehended the spirit of a demonic beast during this trip to the Thunderblade secret territory. Once I leave the Thunderblade secret territory, I will enter the life and death realm. The day I come out will be the day I break through to the Yin-Yang realm. The demon expert said, "Haha, congratulations, Brother Lu." The middle-aged cultivator, and the cultivator from the Yin-Yang sect laughed. As for how sincere they were, it was unknown. The three of them didn't seem to care about Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng said, "Say, aren't the three of you taking me too lightly?" The middle-aged cultivator sneered. "Kid, your strength is indeed very strong. You've even comprehended a spirit. But so what? Little Brother Lu has also comprehended a spirit, so he can block your attacks. However, your fate is still unchangeable, and that is death. Attack together and kill this brat." The cultivator from the Yin-Yang Union sect shouted in a sinister voice. Boom! The three experts had all made their moves. The middle-aged cultivator and the cultivator from the Yin-Yang Union sect hadn't been able to comprehend spirit. However, their cultivation bases were also extremely powerful. The middle-aged cultivator executed the Dragon Tiger Divine Fist, which transformed into a dragon and a tiger made of astral energy and charged towards Lin Feng. The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect, on the other hand, unleashed the Yin-Yang slash. The Yin and Yang energies intertwined to form a terrifying killing light that slashed towards Lin Feng. The demonic cultivator continued to use his demonic beast spirit, which transformed into a demonic beast that pounced towards Lin Feng. The three strong cultivators attacked together. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Arrogant bastards! Today I'll let you know how powerful I am." Lin Feng sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used another powerful move. "Sky Splitter!" He shouted, waved his right hand, and slashed out. Sky Splitter was a secret technique that had evolved from spirit to will. The will of the saber was even more powerful. Puffed. The resplendent saber light slashed forward. The attacks of the three cultivators were all torn apart by the saber light. Even the demonic cultivator's demonic beast spirit was completely destroyed by Lin Feng's attack. The terrifying attack headed towards the three cultivators. How can he be so powerful? The three cultivators were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale as they quickly retreated. But it was too late. The saber light, condensed from Sky Splitter, had already arrived in front of the three cultivators. "Five elements canopy," the middle-aged cultivator shouted, and his earth energy poured into the five elements canopy. The five elements canopy shone brightly, and the five-colored light lingered, forming the strongest defense. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The powerful saber light instantly slashed the five elements canopy. Crack! Crack! The five elements canopy shattered. Puffed! The saber light pierced through the three cultivators, and the middle-aged cultivator's body was torn apart on the spot. The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect and the young demonic cultivator were also severely injured. Their faces were pale as they used earth energy to protect their bodies and frantically rushed towards the magma world. They only had one thought now, and that was to escape as soon as possible. Bind! Lin Feng sneered and waved his right hand lightly. Dense threads of divine runes condensed into threads that bound the two cultivators. This was a binding technique. Although it had no offensive power, it could bind the opponent. Spare us. The two cultivators looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. It's too late. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He slashed out with his sword and directly tore apart the two cultivators' bodies. The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect and the young demonic cultivator also died at Lin Feng's hands. After taking their storage rings, Lin Feng entered the restriction, and the three cultivators' bodies were instantly swallowed by the magma world. Senior brother, this is great. Qian was so worried about you just now. When she saw Lin Feng enter, Lan Qian directly hugged Lin Feng, her delicate body slightly trembling. It's really big. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He could feel the huge pair rubbing against his body. Can you stop hugging and cuddling for no reason? I'm a man, and I'm a normal man. What if I can't help it? Lin Feng awkwardly patted Lan Qian's shoulder and said, It's okay. Let's go and see if there's anything good left in the Flame Demon Lord's cave. Lan Qian finally let go of Lin Feng. She seemed to remember that she had taken the initiative to throw herself at him, and her pretty face turned pink. It was quite alluring. The two of them entered the cave, and a cool breeze swept over them. There's a spiritual formation in this cave. The spiritual energy here is probably 20 or 30 times denser than outside. Lin Feng was shocked. Lan Qian was pleasantly surprised. The Flame Demon Lord is really powerful. It can actually set up such a powerful spiritual formation. It's really powerful. This kind of spiritual formation can only be set up at the peak of the earth rank or even at the heaven rank. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The two of them searched the cave, but they couldn't find the corpse of the Flame Demon Lord. The Flame Demon Lord left the cave. Lin Feng frowned slightly. If the Flame Demon Lord left the cave, then he must have taken all the good things with him. This made Lin Feng feel very regretful. Senior brother, there's a lot of scrolls here. Lan Qian's pleasantly surprised voice came from the deepest part of the cave. Lin Feng quickly walked over and saw a wooden shelf with many scrolls on it. Lin Feng opened one of the scrolls and saw that it had the words 12 Earth Array Scrolls written on it. Lin Feng was shocked. He carefully flipped through the contents of the scrolls and found that there were dozens of Earth rank foundational arrays and hundreds of Earth rank spiritual formations. That's great. I've found the foundational array for breaking through to the Earth rank. This trip was worth it. Lin Feng was delighted. Chapter 585. Lin Feng and Lan Qian tidied up the scrolls. Most of the scrolls on the bookshelf were related to spirit arrays, not only including the 12 Earth Array scrolls, but also some yellow rank and profound rank spirit arrays. However, these spirit arrays were no longer attractive to Lin Feng. Other than spirit arrays, there were also many insights. It should be the insights of the Flame Demon Lord in every realm. These things were also quite useful. Unfortunately, there are no heaven rank grade arrays. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. However, to be able to obtain the 12 Earth Array scrolls and the insights of the Flame Demon Lord was already quite a good opportunity. There were also many secret technique scrolls here. Among them, 5 were secret techniques that had reached the ancient divine ability level. Lin Feng took 3 scrolls and gave the other 2 to Lan Qianqian. The flame demon lord didn't leave behind many things when he left. However, this cave was still a good place for seclusion. "Senior brother, are we leaving this place?" Lan Qianqian asked. Lin Feng said, "Let's cultivate in seclusion here for a period of time. With such abundant spiritual energy, it's a good place to cultivate." Thus, Lin Feng and Lan Qianqian cultivated in the Flame Demon Lord's cave. Lin Feng took out a large number of high-grade spirit stones and arranged them in the cave. The spiritual energy in the cave became denser and denser. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through from the 2nd level of the Martial King realm to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. After cultivating in seclusion for so long, Lin Feng planned to go out and take a look. Knowing that Lin Feng was going out, Lan Qianqian naturally wanted to follow Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Junior sister Lan, this place is rich in spiritual energy. It's a holy land for cultivation. It has already been 7 or 8 months, and it won't be long before the Thunder Blade secret realm opens again. At that time, we will have to leave the Thunder Blade secret realm. During this period of time, I will go out to look for my fellow disciples, so I plan to go alone. You can stay here and cultivate." Lan Qianqian naturally didn't want to stay here alone, but she had been with Lin Feng for so long, so she already had some understanding of him. Since Lin Feng said so, it was difficult to change Lin Feng's mind. Lan Qianqian could only say, "I will definitely follow Senior's instructions and cultivate here. Senior brother should be careful." Lin Feng nodded. He hoped that Lan Qianqian would not sneak out like Sunya and die tragically. Lin Feng could trust Lan Qianqian's character. 9 Dragon Mountain. 9 Dragons Mountain was a famous mountain range within the Thunderblade Pocket Zone. 9 Dragons Mountain not only had many grotto mansions of ancient cultivators, it also had many precious herbs growing there. In fact, precious herbs over 5,000 years old could often be found within 9 Dragons Mountain. Many cultivators gathered in the 9 Dragon Mountain to search for opportunities. Of course, the 9 Dragon Mountain was too huge. It was nearly 100 miles wide, and its resources were abundant. There were also powerful vicious beasts roaming around. So many opportunities were not so easy to obtain. The places where the precious herbs grew in the 9 Dragon Mountain were often protected by powerful restrictions. These precious herbs grew in the restrictions, so ordinary people would not be able to collect them unless they could break through the restrictions. However, breaking through the restrictions was not an easy task. Many of the restrictions were extremely dangerous and contained destructive power. Many cultivators were attacked by the restrictions when they were trying to break them, and in the end, they died miserably. This kind of thing could be seen everywhere in the 9 Dragon Mountain. In the outskirts of a valley, the 9 disciples of the Blue Cloud Sect's heaven-mending peak included Shi Weizhu, Zhaning, Jingping, Wang Hu, Song Chuxia, Qinanrong, Yu Ziang, Li Qixuan, and Zhang Kunlun. The 9 of them were trying to break through the restrictions. They had been trying to break through the restrictions for 3 consecutive days. Since none of them were spirit array masters, they could only use brute force to break through the restrictions. After 3 days of hard work, the power of the restrictions was getting weaker and weaker. This made the group of disciples of the heaven-mending peak happy. After another 2 hours, the power of the restrictions was almost worn down. Shi Weizhu and the others were pleasantly surprised. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura was suddenly emitted from the restrictions. Not good. The restrictions contained killing intent. Feeling the terrifying killing intent, Jingping's face suddenly turned pale. It was not easy to retreat now, so he gritted his teeth and directly rushed towards the restrictions. PFFF. Dozens of killing intent directly penetrated Jingping's body. Then, the killing intent dissipated. Jingping was blown away and fell to the ground with a pale face. Eldest senior brother. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Even if Jingping couldn't dodge the killing intent, he could still try his best to block it. However, he used his body to block it all, sacrificing himself to protect the other disciples of the heaven-mending peak. Everyone was moved, distressed, and worried. Everyone hurriedly ran over. What a blessing! Eldest senior brother's vitals weren't injured. Wang, who said, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly stopped Jingping's bleeding and gave him a healing pill. Although Jingping's face was very pale, it was much better than before. Jingping said, "I'm fine. Don't worry, everyone. Hurry up and see what's inside the restrictions." Wang, who ran over and said in surprise, "It's 3,000-year-old blood ginseng. There are 5 of them." Ah, blood ginseng? The disciples of the heaven-mending peak were all wild with joy. Blood ginseng contained a huge amount of blood energy. Consuming it could greatly increase one's cultivation. 1,000-year-old blood ginseng was already very rare, let alone a 3,000-year-old one. Wang, who hurriedly dug out the 5 3,000-year-old blood ginseng. Heavens! 5 blood ginseng. Those guys are rich. What a great opportunity. Even if 9 people share 5 blood ginseng, they can increase their cultivation by at least 2 levels. If they're sold, they can be sold for a sky-high price. They're the main ingredient for many Earth-level spirit medicines. The cultivators in the surroundings were also alarmed. They looked at the disciples of the heaven-mending peak with envy. "Don't show off your wealth. Let's go," Jingping said in a deep voice. Everyone naturally understood this and was about to leave. However, at that moment, more than 20 cultivators rushed over and surrounded them. Among this group of people, there were 2 experts in the 10th heaven of the Martial King realm, 5 experts in the 9th heaven of the Martial King realm, and the rest of the people were all above the 5th heaven of the Martial King realm. They were extremely powerful. The leader of the group was one of the 2 10th celestial layer Martial Kings. He was skinny, had a hooked nose, and a gloomy look in his eyes. Are they from the 10,000 Immortals sect? Yes, they're from the 10,000 Immortals sect, one of the 9 great ancient powers in the 72 provinces of the north. The leader is called Zhua Haoyang. It's said that he comprehended a spirit 3 months ago. What? Comprehended a spirit? How terrifying. He can be considered a top genius. Those people who are surrounded by the 10,000 Immortals sect will have to obediently hand over the 5 blood ginseng. Many cultivators were discussing this. Leave the blood ginseng behind, and leave, Zhua Haoyang said indifferently. His name was Haoyang, but he didn't have any masculine qi. Instead, he gave people a gloomy and cold feeling. Chapter 586. Jingping said, "Friend, we're disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. As the saying goes, we're all brothers. Since we've met today, it must be fate. Please kindly accept these 3 blood ginseng." Even though Jingping didn't want to, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend these people. He took out 3 blood ginseng and gave them to Zhua Haoyang, hoping to keep the other 2. The disciples of Butian Peak were furious, but they couldn't do anything. They weren't strong enough, so they could only be humiliated. Slap! Zhua Haoyang raised his right hand and slapped Jingping's face. Jingping's body was pushed 5 or 6 meters away before he fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Half of his face was swollen, and he felt dizzy. He couldn't stand up for a long time. "What are you talking about? You think you're worthy of being my friend. I said 5 blood ginseng. Hurry up and hand them over, or you won't be able to leave today. Zhua Haoyang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Eldest disciple. When the heaven-mending peak disciples saw Jingping being humiliated like this, they quickly ran over and helped Jingping up. Looking at Jingping's miserable appearance, each and every one of them clenched their fists tightly together, showing their incomparable seniority. You're going too far, said Qi Nanrong, biting her lips. Qi Nanrong and Lin Feng had joined Butian Peak together. Even though they weren't beautiful, they were kind people. When they saw Jingping being beaten up, they couldn't help but feel angry. Going too far? Zhua Haoyang smiled evilly. This is the Thunder Blade secret territory, a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't have enough strength, even if you die, you can only blame yourself. All right, we'll give them to you, said Jingping. Everybody gnashed their teeth, feeling humiliated. But even if they were humiliated like that, they had to endure it. It would be too easy for Zhua Haoyang to kill the disciples of Butian Peak. It's too late to give them to me now. Zhua Haoyang's lips curled into a sneer. What do you mean? Jingping's expression changed. 5 blood ginseng. And those 2 girls over there for a night. Then I'll spare your worthless lives. Zhua Haoyang pointed at Shi Weizhu and Zhening. Both of them were top-notch beauties, and Zhua Haoyang had his eyes on them. Shi Weizhu and Zhen Ying's beautiful faces suddenly became as pale as paper. You're going too far. We'd rather fight you to the death than surrender. Wang Hu roared. His face was distorted. His temper had always been fiery, and he had long suppressed the anger in his heart. So, how could he endure it when he heard that Zhua Haoyang wanted Shi Weizhu and Zhen Ying to accompany him for a night? You don't know what's good for you. Don't touch those 2 beauties. Kill everyone else. Zhua Haoyang ordered coldly. A lot of people had already gathered here, but the onlookers were also indifferently watching the conflict. There were even disciples from other peaks of the Blue Cloud sect, but when they saw that the other party was from the Myriad Immortals sect, no one dared to make a move. No, don't sacrifice everyone for us, Shi Weizhu said with a pale face. Zhen Ying's face was filled with despair, and she looked at Zhua Haoyang as she said in a trembling voice, I hope you'll keep your word. Many people sighed. It was obvious that Shi Weizhu and Zhen Ying would not be able to escape. Zhua Haoyang said with a perverted smile, Don't worry, I always keep my word. Absolutely not. Jingping and the others shouted as they blocked Shi Weizhu and Zhen Ying's path. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Since that's the case, I don't need to spare your lives. Attack! Zhua Haoyang waved his hand. Yes, the people from the Myriad Immortals sect looked at the 9 disciples of the heaven-mending peak with evil smiles. Senior brother, why do you have to do this? Shi Weizhu asked with a pale face. If that really happens, we'd rather die. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and said, We won't live in humiliation. The others nodded their heads in agreement. If there's no other way out, I'd rather kill myself than be humiliated, Shi Weizhu said while biting her pale lips. Me too, Zhen Ying said with a trembling voice. Do you think it's that easy to die? Zhua Haoyang sneered, looking at the 9 heaven-mending peak disciples who had been completely forced into a dead end. The originally indifferent spectators couldn't help but feel a trace of pity at this moment. However, even though they pitied these people, no one dared to help the people from the heaven-mending peak. That would offend the Myriad Immortals sect. Who would dare to offend a superpower like the Myriad Immortals sect? At this moment, more than 20 cultivators from the Myriad Immortals sect had already surrounded the 9 disciples of the heaven-mending peak. Shi Weizhu and the others were already prepared to die. Just as the battle was about to break out, a cold voice suddenly resounded through the forest. What a Myriad Immortals sect! Do you think there's no one left in the Blue Cloud sect? Hearing this familiar voice, Shi Weizhu and the others all revealed looks of joy and ecstasy. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a handsome young man walking towards them step by step. Junior brother Lin, senior brother Lin, Shi Weizhu, Jingping, and the others all looked at Lin Feng in surprise. They knew how strong Lin Feng was. That guy actually came. The eyes of some disciples of the Blue Cloud sect lit up when they saw Lin Feng. Although there were some internal conflicts in the Blue Cloud sect, the 12 peaks of the Blue Cloud sect had united against a common enemy. Unfortunately, the Myriad Immortals sect was too strong, so the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect didn't dare to make a move. A third, Celestial Layer Marshal King Brat. Did this guy come out to die? Don't tell me you're stupid. A third, Celestial Layer Marshal King dares to come out. Isn't he courting death? Many people sensed Lin Feng's strength and looked at him disdainfully. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from courting death. What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to jump in front of me? Qin Zheng, kill this brat for me. Zhua Haoyang laughed sinisterly. Yes, senior brother Zhua, a cultivator of the 5th Celestial King layer from the 10,000 Immortals sect, jumped out and landed in front of Lin Feng, smiling ferociously. You're acting recklessly in front of brother Zhua. Die, said the cultivator called Qin Zheng while throwing a punch at Lin Feng. A terrifying qi filled the air. That punch emitted a sonic boom which immediately enveloped Lin Feng's body as it moved towards Lin Feng. A single punch actually caused the sound of a thunderstorm. Isn't this punch a little too terrifying? That brat won't be killed by that punch, right? Many people cried out in alarm. They all looked at Lin Feng as if he was a dead man. Chapter 587. Just as this brazen punch was about to hit Lin Feng took a step to the left. This punch directly hit nothing but air. How could he dodge my punch? Qin Zheng's eyes widened. He felt that something was wrong and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lin Feng had already made his move and punched Qin Zheng's abdomen. A muffled bang was heard. Everyone saw that the Myriad Immortal sect cultivator named Qin Zheng was sent flying as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. Crack, crack, many of Qin Zheng's bones were broken. He flew hundreds of meters and fell to the ground, motionless. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Silence. The entire mountain forest was silent. Although Qin Zheng was not a top expert, he was still at the 5th firmament of the Martial King realm. Yet, he was sent flying hundreds of meters by a 3rd firmament of the Martial King realm. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Challenging someone of a higher realm, this guy is not simple. Many people suddenly began to talk about it. Any cultivator who could challenge someone of a higher realm had amazing battle strength and would be valued by any sect. After a short moment of surprise, many people frowned. Although Lin Feng had defeated Qin Zheng, he was still a 5th firmament Martial King. After all, Lin Feng was only a 3rd firmament Martial King. So what if he could defeat Qin Zheng? The Myriad Immortal sect was full of experts. The 5th firmament Martial King was the lowest level of cultivation. Is this trash here to make a fool of himself? Lin Feng sneered and walked towards Zhua Haoyang step by step. You insulted my fellow disciple. Today, I will take your life. Hearing Lin Feng's cold voice, many people felt a chill down their spines. But there were also sneers. A 3rd firmament Martial King cultivator dared to say that he would take Zhua Haoyang's life. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. After seeing Qin Zheng being sent flying, Zhua Haoyang's face became extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and said, "Deal with this brat." In Zhua Haoyang's opinion, killing off Lin Feng was not a difficult task. The law of the jungle was the law of survival in the Thunder Blade secret zone. They had killed off a good number of cultivators before, either for the sake of snatching their treasures or because of some conflicts. As for Lin Feng, he was just a minor character who couldn't cause any waves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Sua Haoyang finished speaking, 5 or 6 cultivators from the Myriad Immortals sect rushed toward Lin Feng with cold expressions. The Myriad Immortals sect has to take this seriously. Being besieged by so many experts is almost certain death. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Offending the Myriad Immortals sect meant death. Boom. At this time, a terrifying aura surged out from Lin Feng's body. This powerful aura struck the cultivators from Myriad Immortal sect who were charging towards Lin Feng. Plop, plop. Everyone saw that the cultivators were kneeling on the ground one by one. Ah! They roared and wanted to get up, but the more they struggled, the greater the pressure they had to endure. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, they vomited blood from the powerful aura. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? What a powerful aura. That guy is definitely not just at the 3rd sky of the Martial King realm. I'm afraid he's hiding his cultivation. Someone exclaimed. The rest of the people also came back to their senses and looked at Lin Feng in shock. Such a powerful aura. This should have risen to the level of force, right? Condensing force in the Martial King realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was said that it was even more difficult than condensing spirit. Spirit relied on talent. Not only did force require talent, it also required special encounters to be formed. Everyone attack! Sua Haoyang's face was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and shouted coldly. The rest of the cultivators, including the 5/9 sky of the Martial King realm experts, rushed toward Lin Feng with killing intent in their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen experts attacked together. Even the 5/9 sky of the Martial King realm experts are attacking together. Even if that kid condenses force, I'm afraid he can't resist the siege of so many experts, right? Yeah, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Not to mention that he's facing more than a dozen experts. Many people whispered to each other. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. However, they soon realized how wrong they were. An even more violent and ferocious force burst out from Lin Feng's body. This time, the force suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Powerful. It was really too powerful. Bang. One by one, the cultivators of the Myriad Immortals sect were sent flying. Even the 5/9 sky of the Martial King realm experts couldn't withstand it, and were sent flying as if they were struck by lightning. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking came from his body. It was unknown how many bones were broken. Kid, you're courting death. Flying immortal fist. A cold shout sounded. The 10th sky of the Martial King realm cultivator beside Sua Haoyang attacked. His name was Yanjun. Although he didn't comprehend spirit or force, he was still a 10th sky of the Martial King realm, and his cultivation wasn't to be underestimated. He threw a punch, and an endless amount of immortal light condensed. Yanjun instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng, and fiercely threw a punch at Lin Feng. Get lost! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He threw a punch at the incoming attack. A loud sound spread in the air. Everybody saw that Lin Feng had punched Yanjun and sent him flying away. His arm had been broken. Yanjun couldn't control his body and was blown away. He crashed onto the ground, holding his broken arm, and started screaming in pain. Heavens! A 10th sky of the Martial King realm cultivator can't even withstand a single attack. The people of the Myriad Immortal sect have kicked an iron plate today. Many people shouted in shock. Look, Sua Haoyang is also attacking. It's the chi of a spirit. At that moment, someone pointed at Sua Haoyang. Little boy, taste my scorching sun spirit, said Zhua Haoyang, smiling coldly. He took a step forward, and a scorching sun appeared behind him. It was the scorching sun spirit that Zhua Haoyang had comprehended. Zhua Haoyang condensed the scorching sun spirit and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Spirits can't hurt me. Spirits can't hurt my Dharma body. Lin Feng took a step forwards and stretched out his right hand. A black hole appeared in the middle of his palm and swallowed Zhua Haoyang's scorching sun spirit. I can destroy the world with a single punch. Lin Feng continued walking forwards and threw a punch. Bang! The punch landed on Zhua Haoyang's body, and he was blown away. Wow! He coughed up blood in the air. Even Zhua Haoyang, who has comprehended a spirit, can't withstand a single attack from that guy. How terrifying! He's definitely a peerless cultivator. Many people looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. With a thump, Zhua Haoyang fell to the ground. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Zhua Haoyang and stepped on him. Zhua Haoyang had never been humiliated like this before. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces to vent his anger. However, Zhua Haoyang understood his situation. Brother, I was wrong. I'm willing to apologize and compensate you, said Zhua Haoyang. However, he was roaring hysterically in his heart. Brat, just you wait. Once I escape, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. It's good that you know you're wrong. Lin Feng nodded. Zhua Haoyang let out a long breath. Uffed. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng waved his right hand and slashed out with sword chi. Blood splattered everywhere as Zhua Haoyang's head was chopped off. Zhua Haoyang's eyes widened in anger. He didn't understand why Lin Feng wanted to kill him. I didn't say that I would spare your life if you admitted your mistake. Lin Feng sneered and stood with his hands behind his back. Chapter 588. He's dead. Zhua Haoyang was killed. All the cultivators in the forest fell silent. Zhua Haoyang's identity wasn't simple, but he had killed the young cultivator without any hesitation. Piss off. Killing people like you will only dirty my hands, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the rest of the people coldly. As his cultivation level increased, Lin Feng's state of mind had changed greatly. His opponents now were only the monstrous cultivators of the 10th celestial layer. Zhua Haoyang, who had just comprehended a spirit, was still far from being a monstrous cultivator, let alone the others. We don't even have the right to be killed. The cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals sect felt humiliated. Even though they didn't want to be killed, knowing that they didn't even have the right to be killed was indeed infuriating. No matter what, they were still Martial King cultivators. The group of cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals sect left. Lin Feng walked towards Shi Weizhu and the others. Are you all right? Lin Feng looked at Shi Weizhu. Shi Weizhu blushed and said, I'm fine. She was happy inside. She had a place in junior brother Lin's heart, right? Shi Weizhu suddenly thought of the night at the bonfire banquet, when Lin Feng hugged her and danced with her. She couldn't help but blush. Take this pill, said Lin Feng. He had concocted a Xian-level pill for Jingping. It was a small recovery pill. He gave it to Jingping. After taking it, Jingping's complexion recovered a lot. Junior brother, killing the people of the 10,000 Immortals sect will cause a lot of trouble. Jingping said worriedly, Don't worry. The Thunderblade secret territory is a place recognized by all the influential groups. No matter what happens in a place like this, it will be settled in the Thunderblade secret territory. Once you leave the Thunderblade secret territory, all the grudges will be written off and you won't be able to take revenge. Otherwise, you'll be violating the rules set by all the influential groups. Jingping nodded. Lin Feng said. Jingping nodded. Even though he said that, who could ignore the anger of the 10,000 Immortals sect? Let's find a place. You all should refine the blood ginseng to increase your cultivation. Now is the best time to refine it. The more time passes, the more the blood ginseng's energy will dissipate. Lin Feng said, and left with the heaven-mending peak disciples. They stopped in a valley, and Shi Weizhu came over with a blood ginseng. She said, "Junior brother, take this blood ginseng and refine it." Lin Feng said, "I'm not used to refining natural treasures to increase my cultivation, so it's better to do it step by step. You can split this blood ginseng among yourselves." Shi Weizhu could only nod and blush. "Thank you, junior brother. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would have died at the hands of those people from the myriad immortal sect. Senior sister, there's no need to be so polite. We're from the same sect, so we naturally have to support each other." Lin Feng smiled. "Just fellow disciples?" Shi Weizhu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Lin Feng stood guard outside to prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing them. After 3 days of seclusion, the heaven-mending peak disciples came out one after another. Everyone benefited immensely. Swoosh! At that moment, more than 10 cultivators flew over from the distance, each with a powerful aura. The leader of the group cupped his fists and said, "Are you Brother Lin from the Blue Cloud sect?" Lin Feng nodded and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" "I am Zheng Wandao, from the Heaven's Spirit sect of the Cloud Prefecture. I would like to invite Brother Lin to join our team to break the restrictions and search for the ancient cultivator's cave." Lin Feng nodded. Zheng Wandao was a martial king at the 10th heavenly layer, and he was very powerful. Lin Feng sensed the people behind him and found that there were 3 10th heavenly layer martial kings. The rest were at least 8th heavenly layer martial kings. This group of people should be the inner sect elites of large factions. It was obvious that Zheng Wandao had come with sincerity. "I have a lot of fellow disciples here. If Brother Zheng can let them join, I'll join," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, Zheng Wandao and the others naturally wouldn't agree. If Lin Feng's 9 fellow disciples joined their elite team, wouldn't they have to share a large amount of resources? Zheng Wandao said, "I hope Brother Lin will consider it carefully. We have 3 spirit array masters in our team, and we can break the restrictions very quickly. Moreover, the 3 spirit array masters can often find ancient cultivators' cave." Lin Feng declined politely. "Thank you for your invitation, Brother Zheng, but I can't abandon my fellow disciples." Zheng Wandao cupped his fists regretfully and left with the others. Is this fellow an idiot? He would rather bring a bunch of fellow disciples with him than join forces with Zheng Wandao and the others. Does he not know that the fortune in the Lightning Blade's secret zone is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Yeah, it's hard to understand what's going on in his head. Many cultivators shook their heads. Jingping said, "Junior Brother Lin, you don't have to reject Zheng Wandao because of us." Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted Jingping. He smiled and said, "Since we're from the same sect, we're like family. What's wrong with helping my family?" This guy is really... Some cultivators were speechless for a long time after hearing this, but they felt a lot of respect for Lin Feng. Jingping, Wang Hu, Shi Weizhu, and the other Tian Mending Peak disciples were moved. "Let's not waste any more time. Let's go look for ancient cultivators' caves and spirit herbs." Lin Feng said with a smile. The Tian Mending Peak disciples followed Lin Feng to look for ancient cultivators' caves and spirit herbs. Ancient cultivators' caves were more difficult to find, but spirit herbs were easier to find because many places on 9 Dragon Mountain had powerful restrictions. Once they broke through the restrictions, there was a high chance of finding spirit herbs. There's definitely something good inside the restrictions on the cliff. They're very powerful, and many people have tried but failed. Some cultivators discussed. Boom! Not long after, a shocking sound came from the cliff. Lin Feng had broken through the restrictions with 3 slashes. Sky Splitter is really powerful. Even 3 slashes couldn't stop such a powerful restriction. Lin Feng sighed. He waved his hand and let Jingping and the others enter to pick the spirit herbs. Damn, that kid is too monstrous. He broke through the restrictions with just 3 slashes? Yeah, that's incredible. Not long ago, Zheng Wandao invited him. If he joins Zheng Wandao's team, then no one will be able to stop them. Many people were pointing at him. For 5 days, Lin Feng led the Tian Mending Peak disciples to break through the restrictions and look for spirit herbs. Lin Feng also found 3 ancient cultivators' caves. Not only did he find many powerful magical treasures, but he also found an extremely powerful secret technique. He also found a lot of spirit stones. One afternoon, when they were resting in the forest, a group of more than 30 cultivators quickly came over. Look, it's Wan Sheng from the Myriad Immortal sect. He must be here for revenge. That kid from the Blue Cloud sect killed Zhua Haoyang. The Myriad Immortal sect won't let him go so easily. Wan Sheng is one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Myriad Immortal sect. He has already comprehended spirit. His cultivation is unfathomable. Wan Sheng is personally taking action. That kid from the Blue Cloud sect won't be able to escape. Many cultivators exclaimed when they saw the Myriad Immortal sect. Chapter 589. The Myriad Immortal sect's members quickly surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Shi Weizhu and the others turned pale when they saw these people from Myriad Immortal's sect moving in large numbers. Lin Feng was strong, but they had too many people on their side. Moreover, there was a top-notch expert among them. Wan Sheng was tall and slender. He was dressed in white, and he had an innate arrogance about him. Who killed junior brother Zhua Haoyang? Come out now, he said indifferently. Wan Sheng was rather arrogant because his cultivation was strong enough. This was the reason why he was arrogant. This battle can't be avoided. Even Wan Sheng is here. That brat won't be able to escape. Zheng Wandao and the others were also observing the situation from afar. The few cultivators beside Zheng Wandao whispered to each other. Even Zheng Wandao nodded his head slightly. Wan Sheng was an extremely terrifying person. Even if he were to fight against Wan Sheng, he wouldn't dare to say that he could win against Wan Sheng. Lin Feng was also very strong. However, Zheng Wandao felt that Lin Feng's cultivation hadn't improved yet. He would still be at a disadvantage if he faced a top expert like Wan Sheng. Master, it's that brat. More than a dozen black-clothed men stood in the distance and looked over with killing intent. They were the experts of the Myriad Immortal sect. The terrifying black-clothed woman looked at Lin Feng coldly. The ancient devil ring is still in his hands. One of the black-clothed men said. Should we make a move? Another black-clothed man asked. We can't cause any more trouble. When we return to the sect, I'll report this to the elders and ask them to use a sacrificial ritual to retrieve the ancient devil ring. The black-clothed woman said. Yes, the dozen or so black-clothed men behind the black-robed woman responded. Miss, it's that brat from the mine. More than a dozen people were standing in another direction. The leader was the mysterious white-clothed woman Lin Feng had met before. The middle-aged cultivator called Uncle Tian whispered to the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman nodded slightly and said, I've seen Wan Sheng fight before. He's one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Myriad Immortals sect. He's definitely worthy of his reputation. Miss, Are you saying that the brat from the Blue Cloud sect will lose? Tianzhong asked. The white-clothed woman shook her head and said, I don't think he will lose. Tianzhong was shocked. Miss, do you think so highly of that brat from the Blue Cloud sect? That brat is only a third celestial stage, Martial King. Tianzhong, the white-clothed woman said, I've never seen someone who is so calm and composed. He has absolute confidence in himself. He was Tianza's, he was Immortal's, he was, of course, Tianzhong's. Many cultivators were very confident in themselves, but only when they met a true powerhouse did they realize that there was always someone better than them out there. He was strong, Immortal's sect. He. The white-clothed woman could see Tianzhong's disdain for Lin Feng. She muttered inwardly, how can this person be simple? The white-clothed woman suddenly thought of the secret technique Lin Feng had used to fix the spirit veins in the mountains. Is it the legacy of the mountain-moving Taoist? I've seen it before, but I'm not too sure. If it is, then it's amazing. The mountain-moving Taoist legacy is almost extinct. I wonder if that technique is the mountain-moving Taoist's yin-yang feng shui or the dragon-seeking formula. The masked woman in white couldn't help but frown slightly. Myriad Immortals sect? You're here for revenge so soon? Lin Feng looked at Wan Sheng indifferently. He didn't seem to be angry at Wan Sheng's order to get out here. However, if one took a closer look at Lin Feng's expression, one would see a sneer on Lin Feng's face. Anyone who knew Lin Feng would know that when Lin Feng's lips curled up, it meant that Lin Feng was ready to kill. So it's you? Wan Sheng sneered at Lin Feng. You're courting death. How dare you kill a disciple of my Myriad Immortals sect? And the one you killed is the son of an elder. Do you know that 100 deaths won't be enough to quell my sect's anger? Lin Feng said indifferently. Are you done? If you're done, scram as far away as you can before I make a move. Silence. The entire forest fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Does this guy know what he's talking about? Does that brat not know Wan Sheng? Does he not know how terrifying Wan Sheng is? How can he not know Wan Sheng? Even if he didn't know before, he should know by now. There are so many cultivators around him talking about Wan Sheng. A martial king's ears can hear the sounds of ants fighting 100 meters away. Naturally, the cultivators around him can't escape his ears. He doesn't even put Wan Sheng in his eyes. Isn't he being too arrogant? Wan Sheng is one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Myriad Immortals sect. He's a genius who will definitely enter the yin-yang realm in the future. Zhua Haoyang is far from being comparable to Wan Sheng. They're not even on the same level. Look, Wan Sheng's face is completely gloomy. He's completely infuriated. That brat is dead, for sure. Many people started discussing, looking at Wan Sheng with reverence. Almost 99% of them believed that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to escape this time. Good. Wan Sheng was so angry that he laughed and said, good 3 times in a row. It was obvious how angry he was. Wan Sheng's gloomy eyes looked at Lin Feng and said, Brat, you've infuriated me. You'll pay a heavy price for your stupid actions. Brother, we don't need to do anything. We can kill that brat. Some disciples of the Myriad Immortals sect said, that brat killed brother, Zhua Haoyang. You're not his match. Wan Sheng waved his hand and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Brat, you'll die in the endless sea. Wan Sheng's face was filled with killing intent. After he said that, a terrifying qi emerged from Wan Sheng's body. Spirit of 10,000 gods, destroy the world. Boom, boom, boom. As Wan Sheng's voice fell, a devastating aura burst forth from Wan Sheng's body. That's the spirit Wan Sheng comprehended. It's the spirit of 10,000 gods. It's an extremely terrifying spirit. Spirit of 10,000 gods. It's said that Wan Sheng's spirit has never been defeated. Many of the spectators turned to look at Wan Sheng in shock. Roar! A deafening roar shook the sky, and an endless amount of godly light emerged. In the godly lights, there were many cultivators wearing holy armor and holding godly weapons. They were riding gigantic celestial dragons and moving towards Lin Feng. It's the spirit of 10,000 gods. What a terrifying spirit. Many people trembled when they sensed the qi released by the spirit of 10,000 gods. Their faces turned pale. The spirit of 10,000 gods could transform into 10,000 gods, and 10,000 gods could crush the sky. It was terrifying. That Brat is going to be killed by Wan Sheng. Many people looked at Lin Feng. In many people's opinion, it was impossible for Lin Feng to resist Wan Sheng's attack. "Brother Lin, dodge!" shouted Shi Weizhu and the others. Wan Sheng's attack was too terrifying. Even their souls were shaking. Looking at the army of gods that was surging towards them on the backs of heavenly dragons, they felt as if the sky was blotting out the earth and sky. Lin Feng looked indifferent. "There's a blade in my heart that can split the world," murmured Lin Feng. He raised his right hand and slashed forward. But everyone was shocked to see a 300-meter-long knife light slash out and tear apart the God Spirit army riding the Sky Dragon. Then, that horrifying saber light cleaved Wan Sheng into two with a single slash. Chapter 590. The forest was eerily quiet. Everyone was staring blankly at the scene. Is Wan Sheng really dead? Many people were asking themselves the same question. Wan Sheng's corpse was still lying on the ground in the distance. It seemed that Wan Sheng was really dead. "Senior brother Wan." The disciples of the Myriad Immortal sect were the first to react, and they all cried out in fear. At this moment, their arrogance and despotism had disappeared, and they looked at Lin Feng with deep fear. Even Wan Sheng had been killed by a single slash. What about them? If Lin Feng wanted to kill them, who could stop him? The group of people was trembling in fear. He killed Wan Sheng in an instant. Am I hallucinating? Heavens, isn't he too strong? Many of the spectating cultivators cried out in shock. What they had just witnessed had truly shaken them to the core. The geniuses of the major powers around Zheng, Wandao, were all dumbfounded. After a long time, one of them said, "How is this Lin Feng so strong?" Someone said regretfully, "It's a pity that we couldn't invite him to join us. If he did, our team's combat strength would be unparalleled." Zheng Wandao smiled bitterly. If he had known that Lin Feng was so strong, he would have agreed to Lin Feng's conditions and invited Lin Feng to join them. Unfortunately, there was no hope now. The people from the Myriad Demon sect were also shocked. Qiao Moyu said, "How did he become so strong? How did his combat strength increase so much in half a year? He didn't obtain the inheritance of the ancient devil ring, did he?" When the rest of the black-clothed people heard Qiao Moyu's words, their eyes lit up. Was the inheritance of the ancient devil ring really that powerful? Many of them even wanted to snatch it immediately. The black-robed woman said, "This person isn't simple at all, and the technique he used isn't the legacy of the ancient devil ring. The ancient devil ring isn't that easy to open, and if he wants to open the ancient devil ring's spatial world, he would need to sacrifice at least 100,000 lives." The black-robed woman paused for a moment before saying, "We can't deal with him for now. Our biggest goal is still the Divine Palace. Open it and obtain the Eternal Divine Sword." That's the Eternal Divine Sword, ranked second in the Divine Sword chart. It's rumored that once it's activated, it can cut down the stars in outer space. Said the woman in black. "Indeed, that's the Eternal Godly Sword. There are 72 godly swords in the Godly Sword book, but the Reincarnation Godly Sword, the Eternal Godly Sword, and the Netherworld Demon Sword are recognized as godly swords. Any one of those three godly swords can rival an ancient influence. So powerful. All of the men in black were shocked, said the black-robed woman. Of course, it doesn't mean that they'll immediately be able to contend against the ancient powers. That's not realistic. However, the greatest secret of the three Paragon swords isn't their power, but the terrifying inheritances contained within them. Legacy. The eyes of the 10,000 demons sects cultivators lit up. The woman in black nodded and said, "If you can obtain any of the inheritances and use them with the eternal godly sword, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. In the future, you will be able to make the ancient powers bow to you." Just like Li Tai Bai in the Middle Ages, people called him the Sword Immortal. His sword was ranked fourth among the 72 godly swords, the Azure Lotus Godly Sword. Li Tai Bai relied on the Azure Lotus Godly Sword and the Azure Lotus Sword technique to dominate the Middle Ages. His strength was unimaginable, but the three supreme godly swords are much more powerful than the Azure Lotus Godly Sword. Yes, I'll do my best. Even if I have to die 9 times, I'll have no regrets. I'll definitely find the eternal godly sword, said the group of men in black. All right. The black-robed woman nodded and walked off into the distance. The group of men in black followed her and soon left as well. The woman in white looked at Tianzong, who seemed to be in a daze. She smiled and said, "Uncle Tian, what do you think of him?" "He's really—" Tianzong thought for a long time before saying, "Too terrifying." The woman in white said, "I'm going to invite him to search for the god's palace with me." Tianzong's expression suddenly changed. "He's too strong. Searching for the god's palace with him is like asking a tiger for its skin." "It doesn't matter. Since I'm inviting him, I'm not worried that he'll do anything to me." The masked woman in white smiled faintly. "Let's go." Lin Feng glanced at Shi Weizhu and the others. The members of the sect of 10,000 immortals heaved a sigh of relief, but then they were filled with grief and indignation. From the beginning to the end, that kid hadn't even looked at them. Could it be that we're all air? The cultivators of the sect of 10,000 immortals thought to themselves. Of course they weren't air, but they weren't even worthy of being killed by that guy. When they thought of this, their expressions became extremely unsightly. Their self-confidence had been greatly damaged. The night was bright, and the disciples of heaven repairing peak were scattered around the bonfire to rest. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged on a huge branch of a tree. He was using the ancient dragonesque elephant technique, and the energy of the world was pouring into his body. "Junior brother, don't you ever rest? It's time to rest, but you're still cultivating." A fragrant wind drifted over. Shi Weizhu also jumped onto the tree and sat next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, "For me, cultivating is the same as resting." Shi Weizhu couldn't help but sigh. Many people were envious of Lin Feng's talent and strength, but they didn't know how much effort Lin Feng had put in to get to where he was. Looking at Shi Weizhu's delicate face up close, he realized how beautiful she was. In the distance, the roar of a beast could be heard. "Someone's coming." Shi Weizhu pointed in the distance. Lin Feng looked over and saw a group of people coming over. Dozens of cultivators were escorting a beast carriage. It wasn't clear whether they were friends or foes. The disciples of heaven repairing peak stood up and looked at them with vigilance. It was the woman in white and the others. "May I ask if you're a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect?" Tianzong cupped his fists and asked. Jingping nodded and cupped his fists as well. "We are indeed disciples of the Blue Cloud sect," May I know who you are? I am Tianzong from the Immortal Palace. Our young Miss wishes to meet Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi. Tianzong cupped his fists. What? The Immortal Palace? When Jingping, Wang Hu, Shi Weizhu, and the others heard the name, their expressions changed. The Immortal Palace was a truly hegemonic power. It was the leader of the righteous factions in the 72 northern prefectures. It was the oldest archaic power. Chapter 591. There were very few top-tier factions in the 72 northern prefectures. The immemorial era only had the Hall of Immortality, the leader of the righteous path, and the godly Hall of the Wildlands, the leader of the demons. But everyone knew that there were differences in strength even among the immemorial era. Why did the godly Hall of the Wildlands not dare to expand its influence in the barren wastelands? It was because of the Hall of Immortality. The Hall of Immortality was too powerful. The Hall of Immortality had 3 top-tier divine arts. The art of immortality, the heaven transformation technique, the deity slaying slash. These 3 legacies were all top-tier divine arts in the immemorial era. The ancestor of the Hall of Immortality was the famous immemorial era's Emperor Qin Changsheng. He was a heaven-defying figure. He could pluck the stars and the moon, move the stars, and live forever. He was omnipotent. It was said that he had participated in the creation of the investiture of the gods. Of course, these were all legends. But this also showed how terrifying Eternal Emperor Qin Changsheng was. The Hall of Immortality was so powerful that it could destroy an immemorial era faction with a snap of its fingers. Even destroying a desolate era faction wouldn't take much effort. This was because the Hall of Immortality had passed down the immortal emperor's immortal bell, a supreme treasure that could destroy the world. When the immortal bell rings, 100,000 stars fall. A folk song from the immemorial era had been passed down to the present. When the immortal bell rings, 100,000 stars in outer space are about to fall. Who could contend against such a force? It was no wonder that Jingping, Shi Weizhu, and the others were so shocked. They didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for a faction like the Hall of Immortality to come knocking on their door. So, you're from the Hall of Immortality. How long have you been looking for me? A calm voice said. Tianzong was shocked. He looked to the left and saw Lin Feng standing there. Tianzong was sure that there was no one there. He hadn't noticed when Lin Feng had appeared. Tianzong took a deep breath. No wonder the fairy said that this person was terrifying. It didn't sound like much, but when he personally experienced it, he realized how terrifying this person was. Of course, Tianzong had seen many great powers and geniuses before, so he quickly calmed down and smiled. Lin Gongzi invited me over. Lin Feng smiled faintly and followed him towards the beast carriage in the distance. He was rather curious. Why were the people from the Palace of Immortality looking for him? Could it be that woman? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the masked woman in white that he had seen that day. When Lin Feng arrived in front of the beast-drawn carriage, the masked woman in white came down from the carriage. She saw Lin Feng coming over and slightly saluted. Lin Feng cupped his fists as well. How should I address you? Ouyang Shiyu. Lin Feng smiled and asked, May I know why Fairy Ouyang is looking for me? Ouyang, she asked, Can you accompany me for a walk? Lin Feng nodded and walked away with Ouyang Shiyu. Given Lin Gongzi's talent, he can already join some of the greatest powers. I can recommend Lin Gongzi to join our Palace of Immortality. I believe that Lin Gongzi will be able to smoothly join us. Ouyang Shiyu said, Palace of Immortality. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Ouyang Shiyu to recommend him to join the Palace of Immortality. It was indeed a very tempting suggestion. The Palace of Immortality was a colossal power in the northern 72 prefectures. If he could join the Palace of Immortality, it would mean that he would have the support of one of the greatest powers. Our Palace of Immortality is not like other sections. The entire Palace of Immortality only has around 300 people, from elders to disciples. Ouyang Shiyu said. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The Palace of Immortality, the greatest power in the northern 72 prefectures, only had around 300 people? Wasn't that a little too little? Tianzong and the others couldn't even be considered members of the Palace of Immortality. Lin Feng guessed that they must be Ouyang Shiyu's servants. The Palace of Immortality currently has 83 disciples. You can imagine how many cultivation resources these disciples will receive if the Palace of Immortality uses its resources to nurture such a small number of disciples. This is something that countless people dream of. Ouyang Shiyu's voice was gentle and enticing. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It is indeed something that everyone dreams of, but I can't agree to it." Ouyang Shiyu was very surprised. "Why is that? Are you worried that you will let down the Blue Cloud Sect's nurture? You can rest assured about this. Our Palace of Immortality will give the Blue Cloud Sect enough resources, and being able to send disciples to the Blue Cloud Sect is also something that the upper echelons of the Blue Cloud Sect would be happy to see. This can also deepen the relationship between the Blue Cloud Sect and the Palace of Immortality." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Could it be that the Martial Spirit Palace or the Spirit Array Master Guild invited you? Ouyang Shiyu thought of her two competitors. Although the Martial Spirit Palace and the Spirit Array Master Guild were neutral powers and didn't participate in the matters of the northern 72 prefectures. However, if these two powers encountered top geniuses, they would still recruit them. Lin Feng said, "They didn't invite me." "Then why?" Ouyang Shiyu couldn't understand. "It's naturally good to be able to join the Palace of Immortality, but I remember something my father told me when I was young. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring." Lin Feng looked at Ouyang Shiyu and said, "Back then, I kept running into obstacles in the desolate region. It was the Blue Cloud Sect that took me in. Moreover, I was very happy in the Blue Cloud Sect. Although joining the Palace of Immortality will give me more cultivation resources, and even some heavenly treasures that I have never heard of before, I still like to rely on my own efforts to fight for everything." Ouyang Shiyu looked at Lin Feng with some admiration and said, "Since Lin Gongzi is so insistent, it can only mean that Lin Gongzi is not fated with the Palace of Immortality." Lin Feng cupped his fists apologetically. Ouyang Shiyu continued, "Lin Gongzi, have you ever heard of the Eternal Divine Palace?" Lin Feng shook his head. During the primordial era, the Eternal Divine Emperor was a powerhouse on the investiture of the gods list. His cave is in the Thunderblade secret territory. 500 years ago, when the Thunderblade secret territory opened, the Eternal Divine Emperor's cave showed some signs. I suspect that the Eternal Divine Emperor's cave will appear soon. Ouyang Shiyu said. Lin Feng was shocked. The Eternal Divine Emperor was actually a god from the primordial era. Was the Eternal Divine Emperor very strong? Lin Feng asked. Rumor has it that the Eternal Divine Emperor not only mastered the Eternal Great Tao, but also refined the Eternal Divine Sword. The Eternal Divine Sword is ranked second on the Divine Sword chart, and it can cut down the stars of the Milky Way world. Ouyang Shiyu said, I've heard of the Eternal Divine Sword. To be able to forge such a peerless weapon, the Eternal Divine Emperor is truly terrifying. Lin Feng said emotionally, How about we join forces? No matter what we get, we can split it equally. Ouyang Shiyu looked at Lin Feng and said, Chapter 592, Lin Feng didn't bring Jingping, Shi Weizhu, and the others with him to the Eternal Divine Palace. According to Ouyang Shiyu, the place was extremely dangerous. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there was only a slim chance of survival. Lin Feng didn't think that Ouyang Shiyu would lie to him about something like that. Since it was so dangerous, it was safest to leave Jingping, Shi Weizhu, and the others there. They had obtained enough resources during this time. So Lin Feng suggested that they cultivate in seclusion. Jingping, Shi Weizhu, and the others agreed. So Lin Feng brought them to the Flame Demon Lord's cave. Lan Qianqian was delighted to see Lin Feng return. She had been cultivating alone for a long time, so it was inevitable that she would feel lonely. Lan Qianqian also seemed to have some attachment to Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng come back, she was not only happy, but there seemed to be a special feeling in it. It was a feeling that made Lan Qianqian's heart beat faster. But when she saw that Lin Feng was followed by the Blue Cloud sect, she hid her feelings. Lin Feng didn't stay for long. He left quickly and met up with Ouyang Shiyu. The Thunder Blade's secret territory has been open for 8 months. We only have 4 months left. The Eternal Divine Palace should be opening soon. Ouyang Shiyu said on the way, "Are all the people you brought with you going to the Eternal Divine Palace?" Lin Feng asked, "No, they'll wait outside. They'll die if they go in." Ouyang Shiyu said. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. They arrived at an extremely dangerous place in the Thunder Blade's secret territory. The ground was dark red, and the sky was filled with the power of broken laws. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. At the center of the dark red land was a huge abyss that was almost 100 miles long. Endless black fog rolled in the abyss, and a cold and terrifying aura emanated from it. Looking into the abyss, one couldn't see anything. One could only see eternal darkness. This abyss was like an abyss that led to the netherworld. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the abyss and frowned slightly. He felt that there seemed to be some terrifying existence hidden within the rolling devil chi. But when he tried to sense it carefully, he couldn't sense anything. More and more cultivators arrived one after another. They scattered around the area and observed the enormous abyss. Some of them might have heard about the Eternal Divine Palace and decided to come here to try their luck. However, most people did not know about the existence of the Eternal Divine Palace. They only flocked to this place because they thought that there might be great opportunities waiting for them at the bottom of the abyss. Is the Eternal Divine Prefecture hidden in the abyss? Lin Feng looked at Ouyang Shiyu. It should be here. Ouyang Shi nodded. Seeing that many cultivators were flying towards the abyss, Lin Feng said, "Let's go down as well." Ouyang Shiyu nodded. She wasn't alone. Most of them stayed on the surface and waited. However, Tianzhong brought 10 guards with him. These 10 guards were different from the others. Their eyes were resolute, as if they were ready to face death. Death sworn, Lin Feng couldn't help but be vigilant against Ouyang Shiyu. He had to be vigilant, especially when he didn't know Ouyang Shiyu's character. Sometimes he had to be vigilant, otherwise he would die without a grave. Swoosh, Lin Feng and the others didn't stop. They flew down into the abyss at high speed. Screech, a sharp, ear-piercing screech suddenly came from the abyss. "Something is flying up from below," shouted a cultivator in the distance. Ah! Soon, the cultivators below let out mournful cries. "Protect the young lady," shouted Tianzhong. The 10 death sworn and Tianzhong stood guard beside Ouyang Shiyu. At that moment, a swarm of devil insects flew up from below. They were palm-sized, blood-red, bat-like, with the claws of a spider, the body of a giant ant, and the tail of a scorpion. It was an extremely strange creature. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing it. Not good. It's the infernal imps. They're one of the most terrifying imps. They usually live in groups and are very strong. They're also very poisonous. We have to leave the abyss quickly. Otherwise, we'll be in danger," shouted Tianzhong. As soon as he finished speaking, the swarm of infernal imps rushed over, scattering everyone. Lin Feng felt like he was surrounded by hideous infernal imps. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his protective energy and quickly flew down. Screech, the densely packed infernal imps tore at Lin Feng's protective energy. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Lin Feng's protective chi was being torn apart. Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed. Those little demons were really strong. If they had enough time, they would be able to break through Lin Feng's protective layer. Facing the attacks of these infernal imps, Lin Feng slashed out sword chi. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The infernal imps were killed one by one. Not only did the blood not scare them away, but it also made them even crazier. More and more infernal imps rushed over, trapping Lin Feng in midair. Ah! Mournful screams could be heard one after another. Many cultivators died tragically under the attacks of the infernal imps. What a pity! If I had mastered the 10,000 swords returned to origin, I would have been able to carve out a bloody path for myself. Lin Feng shook his head. He had only comprehended the first level of Sword Dao spirit. 10,000 swords was the third level. Lin Feng used sword slashes heaven and earth. With Lin Feng as the center, dozens of sword chi swept out in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of infernal imps were killed, and Lin Feng quickly fell hundreds of meters. But soon, he was surrounded by another group of infernal imps. 4 or 5 times in a row, Lin Feng didn't know how many infernal imps he had killed, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. How deep is this abyss? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. He was already feeling tired, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. Moreover, his protective energy was very thin. Once it was bitten by the infernal imps, only death would await him. Just as Lin Feng continued to kill the infernal imps, a black-clothed man moved silently among the infernal imps. When the infernal imps sensed the black-clothed man's aura, they were so frightened that they quickly dodged. The black-clothed man silently hid behind Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent. Wielding a sword, he stabbed at Lin Feng, wanting to pierce through his chest from behind. Chapter 593. An Assassin. The person who attacked was actually an assassin. This assassin was one of the 2 Nine Nether assassins who were looking for Lin Feng. Nine Nether. It was a terrifying name that was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Now, Lin Feng was targeted by someone from Nine Nether. This sword was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Its power was extremely terrifying. The sword pierced over, wanting to kill Lin Feng with one blow. Buffed, his chi energy was pierced. Oh no! It was only then that Lin Feng sensed the appearance of the assassin behind him. The Nine Nether assassin's method of concealment was too amazing. In addition, there were so many hell imps around, so Lin Feng didn't notice anything before. Now, he finally noticed, but it was too late. After that terrifying sword pierced through the chi energy, it was about to pierce Lin Feng's chest. But at this moment of life and death, boom, not far away, a terrifying aura spread out. That aura was too terrifying, as if an ancient demon god was about to awaken. The boundless demonic fog churned, and a tall figure appeared in the middle of the demonic fog. It was an existence that was like a demon or a god. There was no vitality in his body, as if he was a corpse. The corpse seemed to be sleeping in the abyss. Even though it had been dead for countless years, it was still shrouded in a powerful demonic aura. Now, too many cultivators had entered the abyss. Some people found the corpse and wanted to collect it, so the corpse exuded a terrifying aura. The heavenly Tao was clear. Blasphemers must die. No. Several cultivators who wanted to collect the corpse screamed in horror, but no one could save them. Their bodies exploded, and their souls scattered on the spot. The surrounding cultivators were also badly affected by the shock waves. Those with weaker cultivation bases ended up coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Those with stronger cultivation bases were also sent flying by the terrifying aura. Originally, the sword was about to stab Lin Feng to death. When the terrifying aura spread out, Lin Feng and the 9 Nether assassin were both sent flying. The assassin's sword pierced nothing. Sky split. Lin Feng roared and condensed a saber light to slash at the 9 Nether assassin. The 9 Nether assassin quickly dodged. Pooh! However, he wasn't able to dodge the attack completely. The 9 Serenity's assassin's arm was chopped off, and blood immediately gushed out. The 9 Nether assassin let out a muffled groan as he concealed himself and disappeared without a trace. Damn it, I actually let him escape. Who is this person that wants to kill me? What a powerful concealment technique. I almost died at his hands. Lin Feng also broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at the demonic corpse floating in the abyss not far away, his heart filled with shock. Abyss hanging corpse. Even after being dead for so long, his aura was still so terrifying, and his might was not to be blasphemed. Just how terrifying was this existence before him? At this time, a violent fluctuation swept over. A bronze chariot was wantonly harvesting the lives of Hell Imps. Although the Hell Imps' attack was astonishing, it was unable to break through the bronze chariot. This treasure's defense was astonishing. Lin Gongzi, come up quickly. Tian Zong's voice came from the bronze chariot. Lin Feng was startled. This was a treasure of the immortal temple. He quickly flew towards the chariot, activating its defenses and allowing Lin Feng to enter. Next, the chariot quickly charged into the abyss. The numerous Hell Imps were unable to break through the chariot's defenses. Instead, a large number of them were killed by the powerful killing intent emitted by the chariot. After descending for over 30,000 meters, the chariot landed. The Hell Imps were only active in the abyss. They wouldn't come down at all. There are too many Hell Imps. I'm afraid many people will die miserably in the abyss. Lin Feng said, the Hell Imps spend most of their time in a state of deep sleep. If only a few hundred people entered the abyss, they might not have been able to wake up, but there are too many of them. That's why they woke up. Tianzong said. Lin Feng nodded and asked, did you see that demonic corpse? It's a primordial costume. Ouyang, she said, are you saying that the demonic corpse is an expert from the primordial era? It's been hundreds of thousands of years since then. Lin Feng was shocked. A corpse that hadn't decomposed after hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, it was able to emit such a terrifying aura and pressure. What level of cultivation had that corpse been at? Just thinking about it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It was too terrifying. Ouyang, she said, that's right. It should be an expert from the primordial era. Based on its costume, I'm guessing that it was at the end of the primordial era. If an almighty expert had come here, they might have thought of a way to collect the corpse. It's too valuable for research, but we don't have that ability. We can't even get close. That's true. Lin Feng nodded. They didn't stop. They chose a direction and quickly flew towards the depths of the abyss. Many cultivators quickly flew towards the depths of the abyss. Not long after, they encountered many underground demonic wolves. This was a type of demonic wolf that had mastered the infernal demonic flame and could spit out terrifying flame attacks. Long-range attacks. A cultivator shouted. A cultivator bellowed. And over 3,000 cultivators had gathered in a short period of time. A high number of cultivators brought out their magic treasures and attacked the demonic abyss wolf from afar. Puff, puff, more and more demonic wolves were killed. The demonic cores of the demonic wolves are the main ingredients for refining many earth-tier spirit medicines. It's almost impossible to find any demonic wolves in the outside world. There are actually so many of them here. We've struck gold. A cultivator shouted excitedly. Many people were collecting the demonic wolves' corpses. However, the storage rings of ordinary cultivators were limited. They couldn't store many demonic wolves' corpses directly. They could only choose to dig out the demonic cores, but the speed of collecting them was greatly reduced. However, Lin Feng didn't have this concern. The storage ring he had bought at the auction was tens of thousands of acres large. It could store as many demonic wolves' corpses as he wanted. While others were digging out the demonic wolves' corpses to look for demonic cores, Lin Feng had collected a large number of demonic wolves into his storage ring. Every time a cultivator dug out a demonic core, Lin Feng would have collected more than 100 demonic wolves' corpses. Brat, aren't you being too greedy? The corners of many people's mouths twitched. Lin Feng had collected more than half of the demonic wolves' corpses by himself. These cultivators were extremely depressed. Some people's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Lin Feng's storage ring was so big that it was priceless. Moreover, there might be many precious treasures inside. Lin Feng said indifferently, since it's ownerless, it naturally belongs to whoever collects it. Seems like you want to die. A cultivator sneered at Lin Feng. A cultivator at the 8th layer of the Martial King realm flew towards Lin Feng. Dong Mingtao is attacking. That brat at the 3rd layer of the Martial King realm is dead, for sure. Immediately, a cultivator shouted. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that he didn't have a chance. Die, brat! Dong Mingtao threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He raised his right hand and sent out a beam of sword qi, which instantly cut Dong Mingtao in half. The surroundings immediately became silent. It's him. He killed Wan Sheng with a beam of sword qi. He was the one who killed Wan Sheng. Many people gasped, especially the cultivators who had wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his storage ring. Their faces were deathly pale and filled with fear. Fortunately, they hadn't attacked, or they might have died there. Chapter 594. The surrounding cultivators scattered and hurried to collect the corpses of the abyss demonic wolves. They did not dare to waste any more time. Otherwise, they would all be collected by Lin Feng. There were many abyss demonic wolves, but they could not withstand the attacks of the cultivators. The abyss demonic wolf king, which was hidden in the depths, let out a long howl. Then, the abyss demonic wolves began to retreat. After collecting the corpses of the abyss demonic wolves, the cultivators went deeper. One day later, when they were passing by a wide underground river, they were attacked. In the river, there were surging waves. Then, one by one, fish monsters that were 3 to 4 meters long rushed into the sky. Their noses were as sharp as swords, and their teeth were as sharp as saws. Their bodies were extremely hard and could be said to be impenetrable. One magic treasure after another struck the fish monsters' bodies, but they were incapable of breaking through the fish monsters' defenses. Instead, the fish monsters charged forward, using their sword-like noses to pierce the cultivators' bodies or their sharp fangs to bite off the cultivators' necks. These are devil swordfish. These devil swordfish are impenetrable and have powerful attacks. Don't fight them head-on. An old cultivator shouted. The crowd was filled with panic. Many people died, tragically, and became food for the devil swordfish. Clang! Lin Feng's sword qi slashed out, but it could not cut open the devil swordfish's body. This was an attack that contained a spirit. What kind of defense is this? It's too perverted. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. No wonder the old cultivator was so flustered. He held the black dragon sword and sent the devil's swordfish flying. Then he quickly rushed to the other side and heaved a sigh of relief. However, many cultivators had died in the river. There were probably 300 to 400 people. This abyss is too scary. Many people were pale. There was a scream. Everyone looked over and saw a cultivator lying on the ground, twitching violently. Look, what a big ant! Someone pointed at a giant ant on the cultivator's body. The ant was over 10 centimeters long and had a huge pincer and forelimbs. Its entire body was light green. Clearly, this ant was highly toxic. Forest marching ants. They're forest marching ants. Don't stop! Lin Feng shouted after seeing the ants. This was the first time he had seen these ants, but he had heard of them before. The jungle army ants were one of the most terrifying social creatures. Their movements were overwhelming, and their bodies contained poison. The poison of a few dozen jungle army ants could paralyze a yin-yang cultivator. Wherever the jungle marching ants passed, all living things would be devoured. These are the forest marching ants. Clearly, many cultivators had also heard of the jungle army ants. Their faces were pale as they quickly flew into the distance. At this moment, a dense swarm of giant ants drilled out from the ground. In a breath's time, the cultivator who had fallen to the ground was devoured into a pile of bones. Huge mounds of earth kept popping out of the forest. After the mounds of earth were destroyed, the dense swarm of jungle army ants rushed into the sky and pounced on the cultivators. These jungle army ants had wings and could fly. Lin Feng looked behind and saw the jungle army ants blotting out the sky and covering the earth, chasing after them. Cultivators were constantly being devoured by the jungle army ants. Soon, only a pile of bones was left. It was a tragic death. How terrifying! Lin Feng gasped. There are also jungle army ants in front of us. We're surrounded. A cultivator shouted in fear because jungle army ants had also appeared in front of them. When they looked carefully, they saw that there were jungle army ants everywhere. Flame! A cultivator shouted and took out a flame to burn the jungle army ants. These were all alchemists. They tore open a gap and fled into the distance. However, alchemists were too rare. There were only a few of them. When disaster struck, they all flew away. It was wishful thinking to make these alchemists risk their lives to save others. Some alchemists took the lead to escape, leaving more than 2,000 cultivators trapped. I can't just watch them die. Lin Feng sighed, slightly. Although he wanted to ignore these people, he felt that his conscience couldn't get over it. Purple earthcore fire. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Suddenly, an overwhelming amount of flames surged out, sealing the world and burning fiercely. A large number of jungle army ants were burned to death. It was already good enough for an alchemist's flame to cover a radius of 7 to 8 meters. However, Lin Feng's skyfire was too powerful. It covered a radius of several hundred meters. Of course, activating the skyfire to the extreme consumed a lot of his own energy. Lin Feng couldn't hold on for too long. He shouted, "Let's go!" The despairing crowd suddenly burst into cheers. "Thank you for saving us, brother. We will definitely remember your kindness." There were also many people who shouted gratefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trapped cultivators quickly fled into the distance. "Miss, this guy is really something." Tianzong shook his head and said, "In the face of a great disaster, everyone fled, but he still helped these unknown cultivators." Although he was shaking his head, Tianzong admired Lin Feng in his heart. Who would be willing to help a group of unknown people in a life and death crisis? Moreover, these people might become his competitors in the near future. However, Lin Feng had done that. It seems that I still underestimated this person. His heart is bigger than the sky. How many of those top geniuses in the yin-yang realm can compare to him? Ouyang Shiyu said. After a quarter of an hour, all the cultivators had escaped. Lin Feng felt waves of fatigue sweep over his body. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he could break through to the yin-yang realm, he would be able to maintain the skyfire to the extreme for a longer time, right? He quickly rushed out of the encirclement of the jungle army ants and met up with Ouyang Shiyu. "Are you hurt?" Ouyang Shiyu asked. Tianzong was stunned. The miss was actually concerned about Lin Feng. Tianzong found it hard to believe. He knew the miss's personality too well. She wouldn't reveal such feelings to any man. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Let's quickly leave this place," Lin Feng said. Ouyang Shiyu nodded, and the group quickly flew deeper into the forest. Not long after, an earth-shaking roar came from ahead. A 1,000-meter-tall existence stood up. It was a terrifying existence with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 3 heads roared, and its 6 arms waved, causing the ground to shake violently. "What's that? A 3-headed, 6-armed god-fiend?" Many people cried out in horror. Chapter 595. The enormous being emanated an aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was truly terrifying. No wonder so many people thought it was a god-fiend. The resemblance was uncanny. 3 heads and 6 arms. The god-fiends also had such creatures. But soon someone shouted, "No, it's not a god-fiend. It's a blood-haired Asura with 3 heads and 6 arms." Asuras were a very large branch of the devil race. The Asuras were divided into flying Asuras, white-haired Asuras, 4-armed Asuras, and so on. The blood-haired Asuras with 3 heads and 6 arms were the most powerful bloodline of the Asuras. Many cultivators were now engaged in a fierce battle with the Asura. Attack together. Slay this Asura, and we'll be able to obtain great origin energy. Many cultivators charged forward and joined the battle. Lin Feng, Ouyang Shiyu, and the others joined the battle as well. The blood-haired Asura was blocking their path. If they didn't kill it, they would never be able to reach the eternal divine palace. Rumble. A dense barrage of attacks converged and swept across the land. Powerful waves of energy shook the void, as if they were about to tear the world apart. The torrent of attacks flooded toward the blood-haired Asura. However, the 3-headed, 6-armed blood-haired Asura was simply too powerful. Its 3 heads spat out lightning, hail, and wind blades. Its 6 arms wielded enormous stone hammers, which they swung at the cultivators. With a single swing of the hammers, the combined attacks of the cultivators were shattered. With 2 swings of the hammers, many cultivators were struck. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. The blood-haired Asura was simply too powerful. Many people were terrified by the blood-haired Asura's slaughter. "Use the arrows," a cultivator shouted, and summoned a magical arrow. Magical arrows were usually equipped with 3 types of formation talismans: acceleration, penetration, and explosion. Therefore, magical arrows were extremely powerful. Many of the cultivators there were equipped with magic arrows. At that very moment, they were put to good use, and a high number of magic arrows shot towards the 3-headed, 6-armed, blood-haired Asura. As for the cultivators without arrows, they used all sorts of magic treasures to attack the 3-headed, 6-armed, blood-haired Asura. The magic arrow was indeed useful. It pierced through the blood-red defensive barrier around the 3-headed, 6-armed, blood-haired Asura. The magic arrow exploded when it entered the three-headed, six-armed Azura's body, causing it to bleed profusely. The three-headed, six-armed, blood-haired Azura went berserk and attacked the cultivators in a frenzy. However, the cultivators had the advantage in numbers and all kinds of magic treasures. An hour later, the powerful blood-haired Azura was wiped out. Bang! The three-headed, six-armed, blood-haired Azura's body exploded. Next, the blood-haired Azura's essence power hovered in midair, and many cultivators rushed forward to snatch it. The origin energy of such a powerful blood-haired Azura was definitely the best supplement. Lin Feng had also devoured a large amount of origin energy and was waiting for an opportunity to refine it. The cultivators left one after another. Lin Feng, Ouyang Shiyu, and the others also left quickly. Ouyang Shiyu, Tianzhong, and the sacrificial warriors had also collected a large amount of origin energy and were preparing to refine it. They found a secluded place, and Lin Feng set up a few concealment arrays. Then, everyone began to refine the blood-haired Azura's origin energy. Lin Feng devoured all the origin energy of the blood-haired Azura and then activated the archaic dragon-esque elephant art. Instantly, the enormous amount of origin energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation began to rise. 6 hours later, all the energy had been absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation had risen from the third firmament to the fourth firmament of the martial king realm. Sensing the powerful increase in combat strength after the breakthrough, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He looked at the others and saw that they were still cultivating. Lin Feng carefully sensed the rapid increase in his cultivation. 2 hours later, everyone woke up one after another. It was obvious that everyone had gained a lot of benefits, so everyone was smiling from ear to ear. The group continued to move deeper into the abyss. During this time, more and more cultivators entered the mysterious abyss. Many cultivators stopped in front of a huge canyon. A gloomy aura constantly surged out from the canyon. Many people looked at the canyon in surprise and did not dare to rashly pass through it. Isn't that Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling? Lin Feng was shocked. He saw the two people, Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling. They were also swallowed by the black stone door. Lin Feng had clearly heard the mournful screams and thought that they should have died. He did not expect them to survive. Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling seemed to have sensed Lin Feng's gaze. The two of them looked at Lin Feng with a strange black light in their eyes. Lin Feng felt a deep coldness in their eyes. It was a coldness without a trace of emotion. Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. What's going on? What a terrifying gaze. Even my heart is palpitating. Lin Feng looked away, feeling a bit pressured. Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling should not have been able to make him feel so pressured. Do you know those two women? Ouyang Shi asked. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. Ouyang Shi said, those two women's auras are very strange. It's as if something unknown has happened to them. Lin Feng thought about the pitch-black door. Could it be that behind the pitch-black door, something had happened that he didn't know about? However, Lin Feng did not think too much about it. He was not very familiar with Mo Miaoling and Shui Xinqi. More and more cultivators flew to the other side of the canyon. The canyon was about 40 to 50 kilometers wide. Lin Feng and the others soared into the sky. If they wanted to go deeper, they would have to pass through the canyon. More and more cultivators flew into the canyon and towards the other side at high speed. Do you hear something? Lin Feng asked. It seems to be down there. Ouyang, she said. Lin Feng looked down with a serious expression. Suddenly, he saw a golden figure rushing out from the depths of the canyon. Soon, the golden figure charged forward. It was a golden saber, light the size of a palm. The saber light charged forward and instantly cut a cultivator's body in half. It's a golden blade demon. Ouyang-Shi's expression suddenly changed. That's a golden blade demon? Lin Feng cried out in alarm. Golden blade demons were extremely terrifying creatures. They were shaped like golden scimitars and as thin as cicada wings. They also had a pair of golden wings. However, they weren't real blades. They were creatures that belonged to the demon race. Golden blade demons' defensive power surpassed top-grade magic treasures, and their offensive power was close to that of Dao weapons. Even an Yin-Yang realm cultivator would have to flee if they saw a golden blade demon. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. Below the canyon, a dense crowd of golden blade demons soared into the sky and attacked the cultivators above. Heavens! It's rare to even see a single golden blade demon, but there's a horde here. Run! Ouyang-Shi's face was deathly pale. She frantically ran towards the other side of the canyon. Swoosh! Lin Feng was even faster than Ouyang-Shi. He quickly rushed towards the other side of the canyon. Slash! 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 The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. The slower cultivators were directly torn apart by the golden blade demons. They died on the spot. Their blood dyed the sky red. Chapter 596. Golden Saber Demons. Why aren't you running? Shouted Lin Feng when he saw that the cultivators were scared out of their wits. The surrounding cultivators came back to their senses. Obviously, everyone had heard of the Golden Saber Demon and knew how terrifying these creatures were. Hearing that these creatures in front of them were Golden Saber Demons, all of them were scared out of their wits and fled for their lives. A large number of Golden Saber Demons rushed out from the bottom of the canyon. Some cultivators were being chased by the Golden Saber Demons. They summoned their flying swords to attack the Golden Saber Demons. However, the Golden Saber Demons were too terrifying. They destroyed the flying swords and rushed towards the cultivators with lightning speed. Poochie! They tore apart the cultivators' bodies. Isn't this too terrifying? Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the cultivators being killed by the Golden Saber Demons. This wasn't a battle on the same level at all. He increased his speed, wanting to escape from the canyon as quickly as possible. However, the canyon was too large, and he couldn't escape from it in a short time. Buzz! More Golden Saber Demons rushed out from the canyon. A few cultivators just happened to collide with several hundred Golden Saber Demons, and the Golden Saber Demons pounced on them. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the cultivators brought out their defensive magic treasures. They possessed quite a number of formidable defensive magic treasures on them. One of them was a high-grade prize-tier defensive magic treasure, and 3 of them were mid-grade prize-tier defensive magic treasures. With 4 defensive treasures, they were a bit more confident. However, a frightening thing quickly happened. The 4 defensive magic treasures were all brought out, forming a 4-layered defensive system. However, when the several hundred golden blade demons attacked, the 4 magic treasures with astonishing defensive power were instantly torn apart. The cultivators were also killed. Their flesh and blood were cleanly devoured by the Golden Saber Demons in the blink of an eye. Only their bones were left as they fell into the abyss. Lin Feng, Ouyang-Shi, and the others felt their scalps go numb. They had no choice but to change directions and flee to the right. I don't want to die. Save me. Some cultivators were being chased by the Golden Saber Demons and let out terrified cries. But now that things had progressed to this stage, everyone could barely fend for themselves. Who could still save others? A high number of Golden Blade Demons rapidly charged out from the depths of the canyon, chasing after them. Cultivators were constantly killed, and their flesh and blood were devoured by the Golden Blade Demons. It was as though the canyon had transformed into an Azura hell. It didn't take long for half of the 2,000 cultivators to die. Only a very small number of people didn't enter the canyon, but those cultivators were also chased by the golden saber demon and died tragically outside the canyon. There are golden blade demons everywhere. There's no way to escape. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. A golden saber demon locked onto Lin Feng and quickly rushed over. Sky-splitting. Lin Feng bellowed, and a saber chi slashed towards the golden saber demon. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Feng's attack collided with the golden saber demon, and a hair-raising scene immediately followed. Sky Splitter was actually unable to kill the golden saber demon. This golden saber demon is too strong. Lin Feng gasped. Hurry up and enter the chariot. We'll force our way through. Ouyang Shiyu summoned the ancient chariot. Lin Feng also quickly entered the chariot. The chariot emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. A tyrannical power surged out and swept towards the incoming golden saber demons. This was a great treasure from the ancient era. In the Longevity Hall, there were only a dozen of these chariots left. It was said that these ancient chariots were forged by the ancestors of the Longevity Hall when they fought against the Outer Realm demons. They were stained with the blood of cultivators and became abnormally powerful. The ancient chariot pushed the densely packed golden saber devils forward, but it couldn't destroy them because their defensive power was too strong. Crack, crack. Hundreds of golden saber demons surrounded the chariot and attacked it in a frenzy. The chariot's defense was being destroyed by the golden saber demons. Even though the people around Ouyang Shiyu were death warriors, they were still slightly pale at this moment. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. Miss, I'm afraid the chariot won't last long. Tianzhong said with an ugly expression, there are too many golden saber demons. There's no way to escape. Ouyang Shiyu's pretty face was also pale. If we can't go up, we'll go down. A large number of golden saber demons are rushing out. I think there are very few of them left in the canyon. Let's go. Ouyang Shiyu controlled the chariot to rush down the canyon. The chariot was as fast as lightning, rushing towards the depths of the canyon. Sure enough, as Lin Feng had guessed, there were very few golden saber demons down there. There were still some golden saber demons flying around. The other golden saber demons were chasing after Lin Feng, and the others. There were originally a few hundred golden saber demons, but now there were more than 1,000 golden saber demons. They were still crazily attacking the chariot. Even the chariot's defense system was gradually being destroyed by the golden saber demons. The situation was very dangerous. Miss, I'm afraid the chariot won't last much longer. It will be destroyed in a quarter of an hour at most, Tianzhong said with a trembling voice. Everyone had seen how terrifying the golden saber demons were. If the chariot was destroyed, not to mention 1,000 golden saber demons, even a few dozen golden saber demons would be able to kill them all. Go, use all your strength to get as close as possible to the other side of the canyon. We'll have to rely on ourselves for the rest of the distance, said Lin Feng. Ouyang Shiyu nodded. That was the only way. There was no other way. The chariot's speed was pushed to the limit. Even though the chariot's speed was greatly reduced because of the golden saber demons, it still managed to rush for about 30 li. I'll detonate the chariot. Everyone, use your defensive treasures to protect yourselves. We'll rush out before the chariot explodes, said Ouyang Shiyu in a low voice. Everyone nodded and hurriedly took out their defensive treasures to protect themselves. Lin Feng took out a precious Buddhist robe and put it on. The robe turned into a protective layer of light around him. Go, shouted Ouyang Shiyu. The chariot launched its strongest attack, sweeping away a large number of golden saber demons. Then Lin Feng and the others rushed out of the canyon. Those golden saber demons chased after Lin Feng and the others. Boom! Just at this time, the ancient chariot exploded. That world-destroying power surged out and swept out in an instant. The golden saber demon was submerged in the explosion of the ancient chariot. Lin Feng and the others weren't an exception either. They were all killed by the explosion of the chariot. Wow! Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 5, 97. That's terrible. Lin Feng couldn't help but howl. He quickly crawled up from the ground. Ouyang Shiyu and the others weren't in a better condition than Lin Feng. Their faces were also deathly pale, and they had suffered serious injuries. However, the explosion of the ancient chariot had killed a large number of golden saber demons. The explosion of the ancient chariot was very destructive. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to stop. They quickly rushed forward. Soon, the golden saber demons that hadn't died chased after them again. There were about 400 or 500 of them. Not far away, a dozen cultivators were being chased by a group of golden saber demons. Some cultivators were like Lin Feng and the others. They ran into the canyon, hoping to escape. Lin Feng saw Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling. They were also in the group. Only Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling are here. They're releasing a strange qi. It seems that Mo Xiaoxia and the others have died behind the black stone door. Lin Feng thought. He felt sad when he thought about Mo Xiaoxia's death. Although he did not have a close relationship with Mo Xiaoxia, he was still a friend of his. Lin Feng thought about his current situation and smiled bitterly. He didn't know if he could escape alive from the encirclement of the golden saber demons. He actually felt sad about the deaths of others. Lin Feng quickly calmed down. The group of 13 regrouped with the cultivators in front of them. Everyone rushed to the other side. "It's you?" Shui Xinqi looked at Lin Feng and smiled. But when Lin Feng saw her smile, he felt a chill in his heart. Shui Xianqi gave Lin Feng a strange feeling. Originally, Shui Xianqi looked like a flirtatious woman. However, the current Shui Xianqi gave him an eerie and cold feeling. "You're quite capable to be able to escape from there," Mo Miaoling also said in a neutral tone. Lin Feng frowned. Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling were really too strange. Their tone also carried a hint of provocation. This was different from the Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling he knew. "Didn't you all come out alive?" Lin Feng glanced at the two of them indifferently. Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling glanced at each other as a weird light flashed across their eyes. After that, they threw a deep glance at Lin Feng and didn't say anything else. Their auras are so gloomy. Ouyang Shiyu frowned slightly. "Indeed, I don't want to pay attention to them. I don't care what they've been through, as long as they don't provoke me. If they provoke me, I don't care if they're Shui Xianqi or Mo Miaoling. I won't show them any mercy." A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Ouyang Shiyu said, "It seems that you also suspect that they've been—" Ouyang Shiyu didn't finish her sentence. She believed that Lin Feng knew what she wanted to say. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. They quickly flew towards the other side of the canyon. Behind them, a dense group of golden blade demons were chasing after them, emitting a terrifying qi. There were also golden blade demons chasing after them from above. There were also golden blade demons in front of them and on the left and right. "We're surrounded," shouted a cultivator with a pale face. "Don't worry about the golden blade demons behind you. Attack the one in front with all your strength." Shui Xinqi, lead 3 people to block the one on the left. Mo Miaoling, lead 3 people to block the one on the right. "You don't need to kill them, just block them for a while," shouted Lin Feng. Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling's eyes flashed with anger. How dare this lowly creature order them to do something? But when they thought about how their strength hadn't recovered yet, and even though they'd obtained a new body, there was still a possibility of them dying, Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling nodded and agreed. The rest of you, fight the Golden Blade demons with all your strength. We'll tear open a path of blood, shouted Lin Feng. Everyone knew that the moment of life and death had arrived, so they all worked very hard. Lin Feng, Ouyang Shiyu, and the others attacked the Golden Blade demons together. Lin Feng threw out over 100 talisman stones that he'd carved earlier. All the talisman stones exploded, sending many Golden Blade demons flying. The pressure on Lin Feng and the others was greatly reduced. Lin Feng turned to look at Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling. One of them was releasing a sky full of godly light to block the Golden Blade demons, while the other was releasing a sky full of demonic light to block the Golden Blade demons on the other side. There were also 3 cultivators supporting them. The Golden Blade demons had actually been blocked. Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed that something unknown had really happened to these two. Otherwise, how could they suddenly have such terrifying power? Lin Feng could naturally see that 90% of the credit for blocking the Golden Blade demons was due to Shui Xinqi and Mo Miaoling. Lin Feng quickly withdrew his gaze and fought the Golden Blade demons with Ouyang Shiyu and the others. They tore open a gap and rushed out through it. But not everyone was lucky enough to get out. 10 cultivators were still killed, including the 3 death warriors by Ouyang Shiyu's side. Fortunately, most of them managed to get out of the abyss. They didn't dare to stop and quickly rushed forward. The Golden Blade demons chased them for a few hundred meters before flying back into the canyon. It seemed that they couldn't get too far away from the canyon. Phew, everyone looked like they'd just survived a calamity. More than 2,000 people. It's already very lucky if even a tenth of them survived, said Lin Feng. More and more cultivators managed to escape. Lin Feng and the others quickly left. 3 days later, a huge lake appeared in front of them. Everyone flew into the lake. Halfway there, Lin Feng saw Zheng Wandao, but Zheng Wandao was alone. Brother Zheng, why did you come alone? Asked Lin Feng. Zheng Wandao sighed. We passed through a dense forest and were attacked by a group of God-splitter demon spiders. The rest of my team died tragically. I was the only one who managed to escape. After talking with Zheng Wandao, they found out that they hadn't come from the canyon, but from another area. However, they had to pass through a dense forest where they couldn't even see their own fingers. Something terrifying had happened in the forest. The terrifying god-hunting demon spiders had appeared, and they'd attacked in large groups. Countless cultivators had died tragically in the forest, and only a few had managed to escape. Ouyang Shiyu said, "It seems that no matter where you come from, you'll encounter a fatal attack." Lin Feng nodded. Being able to escape alive was definitely a stroke of luck. Luckily, he hadn't brought Shi Weizhu and the others with him. Otherwise, with their cultivation levels, they would have all died tragically in this dangerous place.